in my oh yeah.
Everybody's ready to go. Good morning. How is everybody?
Ready to go.
Ready to go. That's great. Yeah. Well, welcome back. I know yesterday was a lot of information and a lot of work. We just want to say congratulations. You did a remarkable job. You came up with a ton of ideas. And today is going to be a little bit different and a little bit more. And it's a different kind of fire hose, but a little bit more flexibility too. We've been pretty strict up until now following the process and the schedule. But some of the day depends on what you all need and what stages you get to or don't get to. And so we're going to be playing it by ear a little bit, depending on what the process and what you need to get those final recommendations ready. Let's see. A couple pieces of feedback we got yesterday. We are aware that the food hasn't been labeled very well for people with dietary restrictions. So we do apologize for that. They are marked this morning, and for lunch this afternoon, everything will be separated very clearly. We also heard that it would be convenient to have time warnings in small groups. So Justin will be giving you, I believe, 5-minute warnings when you're in small groups, so you know when it's about time to wrap up. And I also wanted to acknowledge that yesterday we had a delegate who wasn't with us. We have another delegate who's not with us today. And they had some personal stuff come up and unfortunately weren't able to join us today. So just want to acknowledge that there's a couple people missing and we will miss them, but they also may be able to join us later to virtually vote, which would be wonderful, I think. And let me check my notes. Oh yeah, so today's race.
Briefly, Colin G. Wrote an email that we will share with you so that you can get his perspective that he wanted to share with you.
Ooh, perfect, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things we wanted to talk about again is just to sort of like give an overview of where we are in the process. If we could do the little process overview slide. So we've been doing a lot of information gathering the first weekend and then some more information gathering yesterday. Also collecting some of these ideas and visions for the site. And doing some initial prioritization, and then started working you towards like a cohesive vision for the future of the Hughes site yesterday. There were a lot of these items, the concepts, major uses, minor elements that you all worked through yesterday and voted on. And then we're bringing those back today. We had a question from a delegate yesterday about, are there chances to bring in new items, or is this our last chance? Yesterday was not. This morning is kind of the last chance for bringing in new concepts, major uses, minor elements. So if there was anything you wanted to be included that you didn't get a chance to write down, or that wasn't included that you didn't see on the wall as an item, I think that's the important thing to remember, is that there are a lot of items, some of which are duplicates or sort of like things that kind of cross over each other. And a lot of what today is about is going to be sort of consolidating some of those things or combining some of those things into single kind of concepts that capture some of those ideas that you had as individuals. But if there's an item like a major use or a minor element that you did not see when you were voting yesterday that you think needs to be included, this morning is your last chance for including that in the process.
Quickly too, when we say this morning, we mean by about 9:40. You have about half an hour. We know that's not a lot of time. We know it's a big time constraint. I apologize. Today is going to move very, very quickly. But 9:40 to get them up on the wall.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for clarifying that. So this is kind of where we are in the process. We're in that last, I can't quite see. What does that say? Recommendation writing, and then, engaging with the community and decision makers. Just a little preview of what we'll talk about this more this afternoon about working towards like the city council work session on May 27th. So some of you are going to ask for volunteers who would be willing to present to the city council. We're also going to ask if there are folks who want to be involved kind of in this process after the assembly itself wraps up. But we'll get to that this afternoon. So one of the things we wanted to put up again is the kind of a preview of what the final report is going to look like. You have that handy? Oh yeah, here we go. So these are the concepts, the major uses, the minor elements, and any kind of specifications, constraints, details. Remember, this was the example that you guys got a handout of yesterday with this house that sounds really nice, actually. I like a nice open space like that. So to kind of reiterate a point I was making a minute ago, you probably noticed during the voting, and you'll see again when we give you the results of that voting in just a few minutes, that there were a lot of concepts, uses, and elements that had a lot of similarities that may be kind of duplicating each other or be very similar. And that's a lot of the work that you're going to be doing later this morning, is thinking about, are there ways we could consolidate these down or kind of combine these in some way to sort of a unifying kind of concept or a unifying kind of major use that you think would get broad support. So that's a big thing you'll be working on. And I want to say this is kind of an important aspect here, is that merging towards kind of fewer items in your recommendations, so not giving a list of 100 recommendations to city council, is probably going to give those recommendations more weight, right? Like the city council will maybe be more likely to kind of take into account your recommendation, or not more likely, but they might give a little more weight to your recommendations if they're kind of more focused. However, we do want to point out that there can still be some suggested items that would be concepts or major uses or minor elements that that may be kind of a dissenting view that may get kind of a smaller amount of support. And so we don't want to lose that possibility. So if you feel really strongly about something, it's okay to kind of stick with that. It doesn't necessarily have to get kind of combined into these things, but so kind of finding a balance between those two is what we want to be working on. And then last, I want to talk a little bit about the schedule for today. So we gave you an agenda for this second weekend yesterday. And we talked a little bit about how this morning was going to go leading up to lunch. And in response to some of the feedback we got at the end of the day yesterday, we've made some changes. We basically wanted to give you guys, it seemed like a lot of folks wanted a little bit more time working either as a plenary or in the small group level, editing these items, the concepts, uses, and elements, to make them kind of more well thought out. So we're trying to maximize some of the time that you're getting in small groups and then reporting back to the plenary level about those revisions that you're making this morning. So unfortunately, what that means is we've had to remove the first round of voting that we were going to have that was going to be right before lunch. But we think that's going to help make this morning a lot more productive, to help you kind of get those concepts, uses, and elements kind of refined and in a better place, if that makes sense. Anything else that I missed in there, Lauren?
We're also gonna reorganize the morning just a little bit. If you have the public agenda in front of you, we're gonna go into the revision and the report out of visions and do the review of the prioritization results after that. And yeah, Justin will introduce those next steps.
Right. Thank you. So you might remember we gave you the vision sheet that had the sort of like the outline of the Hughes site, and then on the backside it showed the comparison chart of like the different sizes of different parks around and natural areas around the city to kind of help you think about visualizing the site. Some folks may have had a little more time to work on those than others, but we wanted to give everybody maybe 5 minutes or so to work on if you wanted to do any revising of that vision, or maybe you didn't get much time to work on it because you were voting on all of the items. So let's take about 5 minutes or so, just kind of quiet work and reflection time, and make any changes you might want to make, or work for the first time potentially on your vision sheet. And then we'll take some time to report out to the group about what your vision is. Thank you. I'm on that subject, one other point of feedback that we got at the end of the day yesterday that I just wanted to bring up was that there were some people who felt like there were some folks who were maybe speaking up less often in your groups yesterday or in the plenary yesterday. So if you didn't get a chance to speak up as much, maybe consider speaking up a little bit more today if you feel comfortable doing it. We want to encourage everybody to get a chance to talk. So thank you. All right. And then Lynn and TMF are going to help us with this report out. So we have a fancy little, it's not that fancy. It's like an overhead projector thing that some of you might remember from school. I don't know if schools still use these now, but it's called a document camera. Basically just takes a little video of the image that you put underneath it, and we'll share it on the screen so everybody can see it, hopefully. What's that?
Have their vision sheet.
No, TMF's going to come around and grab them.
We should also say that if you don't feel comfortable sharing personally, it is okay to ask somebody else to share on your behalf.
Yeah, that's right. So if anybody doesn't want to speak up at the plenary level, that would be, feel free to ask a neighbor maybe to present on your behalf. That's okay.
Only if you're comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, do we have our first one, or are we still, TMF is collecting still? Okay. Yeah. Oh, we're getting a nice little image of Lynn's laptop there, I think, right now. Okay. Okay, Olive, we can, if you're cool, we can come to you kind of near that. We'll start over here with Pear, actually. Why don't we do that? We'll come around. Can we see that okay? That's going to be it. Pear, do you want to just introduce really quickly kind of your concept? If you can take less than a minute to do that, that would be great. Thank you.
So you'll notice that there's quite a bit of existing there. And I have carved out an area for indigenous people, but virtually all the rest of it is natural area or restored natural area. The detention pond, of course, does not move. The parking lot might expand a little bit, and that's pretty much it. So it makes no accommodation for any other use but open space and the indigenous people's area.
Great. Thank you, Pear. Steve?
Right, this is pretty basic. So that's supposed to be divided into the west third for a natural area. I don't know if that's necessarily a third division, but right. Is that mine?
Is that Steve's?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, the west third is a natural area. The northeast side is for the bike park. The indigenous area is carved out in the center there with the twin cottonwood trees, assuming that's where they are. I'm not too sure about that. And the Raptor Center and the Education Center on the east side.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Liv? Oh, Liv is handing theirs over now.
In the northeast corner, I have the educational center due to that being where the existing were and water lines. And then, like, I don't know where these twin cottonwoods are exactly, but kind of the middle area I outlined for cultural use. But really that I think would be dependent upon where people would choose to be. And then I put a bike park in the kind of middle the south, and assuming the disc golf course is remaining is, and then the west side into a natural area, so it connects Maxwell and Pine Ridge.
Great, thank you. Liz, I think you're next.
You can see my 5-year-old drawing skills. I wanted to break it in half, not perfectly in half, but I want the west side to be the natural area where it just stays under that. And then on the right side to come under Parks and Rec so they can manage under 2 different budgets. I did want to put a buffer zone next to the existing neighborhood because I think they could do it beautifully. And then I don't know where the cottonwoods are, and I didn't mark it on there, but I would like to see that for the indigenous people. And then I've got the education center and wildlife refuge because maybe they could share some parking together. Just because they're 2 different uses, but you're going to drive and go use those buildings. So hopefully that makes sense. But I would like to have indigenous people have their input on anything that's done to this area. So, okay.
Thanks for that, Liz. Kristen?
If I had realized I was going to have to show this to anybody, it would have been a little bit cleaner. So I am so sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We should have told you that.
You probably did, and I don't remember. I'm sorry. Okay, so most people, the west side dedicated for a natural area to connect those trails that we can use for hiking, walking, biking. I left the disc golf course and the sledding hill. I also don't know where those cottonwood trees are. So it's implied that those are protected. And then the indigenous groups said they would like to try to pick their site. So I drew one, but they can pick where they would like to go. And then I put, in general, the Learning Center and the Bird Conservatory, all that kind of in the, what is that, northeast corner. And then I agree, a buffer for that neighborhood is probably a great idea. It just didn't make it on there.
Mike?
I use my left hand doing this. That makes sense. But at the top right hand or the northwest corner, I like to see a wildlife habitat and bird center because there's some natural buffer there with a tree line. I'd like a natural buffer between that, and at the bottom, I like to see the disc golf and bike park because there's a lot of activity there, and I wanted to keep that somewhat separated from the natural area. And on the left, I'd like to see open space, indigenous areas, and running trails and hiking trails.
So that, Mike? Colin? R?
All right. On the bottom right, sorry, the northeast corner, I simply just put Raptor because I too did not know this was going to be publicly viewed. And I have a single track going around the perimeter of the site. Obviously, that's supposed to be a parking lot right there for the Learning Center. I simply put indigenous and repair in the middle because like everybody else, I don't know where the cottonwoods are. And then, you know, the bike guys were talking about a dirt jumping track. I put that up on the west side along with that amoeba. That's a pump track. So that is my vision as it was yesterday.
Colin? Idea?
So the top corner, I think that's the northeast corner, I put for the exploratory habitats and the raptor bird rehabilitation area with natural gardens. And then in the center, the powwow or the native peoples area, if the cottonwoods are located there, I wasn't sure, but I think that was the area that they wanted was more central. And then the bike paths, I just put a little vaguely that they could be surrounding that area. And then the other top corner would be administered restored grasslands and shrubland habitat for native plant species. So I didn't really demarc exactly the borders or anything, but just kind of everything loosely structured.
Great, thank you. All right, Jacob.
My vision is to the western side, the natural area corridor, and then to integrate the bike park in the southeast quadrant with the storm retention pond because of the little bit of the elevation there. Raptor Center to the northeast, parking a bit of a buffer between the neighborhoods, a small lease to the First People in the south near those cottonwoods, and then just park space and open space lining the natural area.
All right, so I sit on like the northeast corner, just kind of like miscellaneous, like park or like kind of like a community center to bring together. And then the top northwest corner, I said for like the Raptor Center and the amphitheater, also for the indigenous community. I didn't know also where the cottonwood trees are, so I don't guess there. Then the natural area, I was thinking kind of by the retention pond. I think that the natural team with the stormwater team could do a really good job, make that look kind of beautiful. And then bike park on the southeast corner with like the parking and bus stop there and stuff.
So, Lucy?
Okay, so I'll clarify why I put some of these designations where they are. I have the bike park in the northeast quadrant of the site with positives of it being daylight only and natural topography for those changes in grade for the mountain bikers. I did that because I know we heard from the Conservancy group that they also preferred that area, but I had concerns and questions after listening to them. And if anyone has spoken with them, please correct me or educate me of noise pollution. We don't know what kind of noise impacts it would have for the homes over there and any light for the residents in those homes that are in the northeast quadrant. So again, that's why I emphasized that the bike park is daylight only from the interest group we heard from. And again, there's that natural topography, but if the Bird Conservancy, for example, were to have a facility there, they would need to level that, and it would be a moot point for my understanding at that point. On the opposite end, I believe that's the southwest quadrant near existing trails and natural areas is the conservation area with the possibility for the Bird Conservancy or other conservation efforts to be housed there, and indigenous gatherings. There's existing parking facilities there, and again, existing connections to trails and the natural area. And again, someone please correct me if I'm wrong. The indigenous groups we heard from, to my understanding, just wanted access to these lands. I don't know if they want stewardship or ownership. They might not have the manpower or resources to take care of the land long-term or lease it from the city, to my understanding. And then the remainder of the site is open space with opportunities for walking, running, rolling, disc golf, sledding, parks and open spaces, picnic areas. That's my map.
Thank you, Lucy. Peter?
Great. So I guess starting from the top, so the west, I wanted to have natural area to be a corridor from Pine Ridge up through Maxwell. And then And I like the idea of buffer to the neighborhood now, but since the wildlife, so I'm basically saying that the wildlife and the education and the indigenous, to have all those constructed facilities be in one place. I'm saying that they should work together, and they said in several of the small groups they had 3 or 4 meetings or 2 or 3 meetings about working together. So that's that northeast corner. I'm sorry I wrote the other direction. And I guess I was leaning towards keeping disc golf sledding in the area what's already graded for stormwater retention. So because that would be a lot. I'm ex-civil engineer, so that would be a lot of earth moving to move that somewhere else. So that left me with the bike park kind of I don't know, squeezing out. So having the constructed part of the bike park in the center along Overland, but then the trails running through. And I've ridden that, and there's quite a bit of elevation back in that area. And then the idea of general park and gathering, so that could be open to the indigenous folks to do powwow, but also to the rest of the community. Yeah, and I have the Alex Memorial parking in the sliver that is actually part of the Hughes property, just to the south.
Thanks.
I hope it's not a memorial yet.
Alex celebratory park.
Krista,
All right.
keep it to less than a minute if we can, please.
Okay. So my 2 priorities actually were the cultural center to promote the rehabilitation of the birds, and also the powwow site that Mr. Hall was talking about. Other than that, I'm fine with maintaining the disc golfing and the sledding component of this because it's already there. It's utilized, and it seems like it's already part of the neighborhood. The rest of it, natural and or recreation for the remainder, I'm not particular. I'm open to, using it for whatever is preferred.
Thank you. Alex, who is still with us.
I did not work on this yesterday, so this is the best I could come up with. But I have, excuse me, on the west side natural area, and you'll see that natural area kind of comes towards the east as well. I have the bike park on the north edge, where I think the northeast is where or northwest, excuse me, is where the most elevation is, at least the highest part of the park. I have what I call a community gathering area, which would be where the indigenous people can meet as well. And then I've kept and kind of reconfigured the sledding hill / disc golf. I've added a community garden in the corner. And then I've also added what I call like a picnic park, but more park service, more parks and less natural area grouping. So open to just kind of hang out there.
Great, thank you.
And no parking.
Clayton.
I do actually have a map.
Here, let me
grab that. I'm going to apologize really quick for my spelling. I wrote this really fast, and I have no idea how to spell the word berm. So the only thing I had on here before was just the location of the 2 cottonwood trees. It seemed like it was incredibly important to the indigenous peoples. So I think that is definitely a priority to have that portion designated for that. Aside from that, where the old parking lot was seems like it would actually be a good idea to have a parking lot there anyway. There's already entrances that go in there, and the ground's compacted. So I mean, you could easily put in a natural parking lot in that space, which would provide parking. It doesn't even need to be that big, but you can provide parking for the bike park and the Raptor Center with some sort of natural barrier that you would put between the bike park and the Raptor Center, so there is some separation there. Aside from that, I don't have a lot of opinions on where things should go. I figure people could probably just arm wrestle for it. That's my map.
So I think first part of the land should be designated for ceremonial use by the native community based on what they want. And I think legal options should be explored to give them as much control over that land as possible, and as much flexibility over the use of that land as possible. After that use is designated, I think the property should be divided between a natural area and a parks and recreation area. And that division can be based on advice from land use experts and planners. And then I think the parks and rec area can be allocated between a lot of the, allocated for the use of different stakeholders like the bike park, Raptor Center, Bird Conservancy, and other recreational and cultural uses. I do think that it's really important that all aspects of land use, all of those decisions are made based on consultations with the Indigenous community to ensure that they have input over how land use over the entire property is used.
Thanks, Abby. Olive, can I take your microphone off?
I used a really large pen and then my hand blurred most of it. So sorry about that. Anywhere you see a tree is just like natural buffer, but essentially I have a space for an environmental learning center, parking, commemorative parking, not memorial, and then an over or underpass because I included a bike park and I assume there will be youths with equipment that need to get over there. I don't know. But I agree with one consulting land use experts on like exact location. But I do think that if we can include a lease to Rocky Mountain Raptor and the Bird Conservancy, that a designated portion of land can also be leased to a Indigenous nonprofit or other organization. So that's where you see the cottonwood trees location approximate. Yeah, so I have bike park, water retention, environmental learning center, paths throughout. And that's, yeah. Bird enclosures locked to the public, hence the lock. Yeah.
Thanks, Olive. Benjamin, I think you brought yours up.
I was also not expecting to present, so it's pretty rough too. But I'd like to see the Environmental Learning Center in the Northeast. And then I also wrote potential bike park in the Southeast. The reason I put potential there is, I mean, just because of the overwhelming community support, I do think we should have a bike park. But I'm open to having them choose where to put it, where they feel makes the most sense outside of the Northeast, because I feel like that should be for the Environmental Learning Center. And then similar to other delegates, I also want to see a powwow area near the Cottonwoods. And then lastly, just the connection to the Pine Ridge Natural Area on the south and the Maxwell Natural Area to the west.
Great. Thanks for that, Benjamin. Thank you all for sharing these. Again, apologies on the spot a little bit. Drawings or renderings or whatever. We're going to pivot a little bit now to reviewing the voting results from yesterday, I think.
We got 2 thumbs up from Lynn, which means the handouts are ready. So the purpose of the purpose of these kind of 3 phases this morning, the visions, sharing the visions, and now we're going to be reviewing the voting results from yesterday, is to get the very big picture of everything that's on the table. So we're going to give you I'm going to give you 10 minutes to look these over. Actually, no, that's not true. Give me a second. Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry. We're going to give you 5 minutes to look these over. And as you're looking at them and reflecting on the visions that you heard, please keep an eye and an ear out for themes and patterns, variations that you're seeing. And then we'll do a little bit of popcorning right after before we really start to dive into the work for the day. So please review, and yeah, we'll do 5 minutes starting now.
Hi. I haven't said hi today. Good morning. It's very nice to be here. We're on the last day. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's exciting. You can probably see buzzing activity around. Lots of things happening behind the scenes here. We're going to take a moment before we start to identify some of those themes out loud. Just want to bring any other ideas into the room. A couple people have a couple more concepts, major uses or minor elements that they created overnight as we invited you to, and this is kind of the last chance to introduce new items on an individual basis. You'll be working in small groups to refine things throughout the day, but here in the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so is kind of the last opportunity to introduce any new items, and Lauren's bringing around a few more sheets. But let's start with folks who have things that they have created overnight. Who would that be? Peter, go for it.
I had two, and I guess I have them as concepts. And one is, and again, I may have misheard, so I need to be corrected but I have a concept of that the educational portions of anything that gets put together, like the Raptor Center, etc., should be always free to citizens. I won't say any more about that. And the other concept was to limit constructed / buildings to have the Raptor, etc. Center share space with the indigenous facilities, because the indigenous folks had asked for changing and food preparation and a sweat lodge. And yeah, so the idea would be to cluster that constructed facilities all together. Thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And I think feel free to keep them with you if you'd like, or to put them on the wall near other things. Nothing's moved, by the way, overnight. It's all still clustered as you clustered it yesterday. And is there a mod that could find some blue tape, actually? That'd be wonderful. All right, cool. Who else has ideas to bring in from overnight? I forget who that was. Oh, Lucy.
Just to reiterate that we're truly listening to what some of these other groups are asking for, with particular emphasis to the indigenous nonprofits. My understanding is that they don't want to own or even lease any of the land. They just want access, which is different, like legally and contractually. I think, like for the powwow that was at the rec center last month, that you need a permit. So they're not occupying the space beyond whatever the event needs are for, or whatever their needs are. Because they are nonprofits, I think it just helps keep overhead and costs down. And they want to be involved with the, excavation around the site and what the development is going to look like long term. But my understanding was nothing about art or owning or reclaiming any of the land. And please correct me if I'm not remembering that correctly. And again, as representatives of the city of Fort Collins and community members and residents, just taking into account putting any buildings or structures near homes when there was already overwhelming disapproval of, having buildings in that area to begin with. And then in particular, having any kind of conservation or wildlife areas next to homes.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. And again, feel free to keep items with you or to put them on the wall. Let's see, Christine.
So one of the things that we talked about, so I have a minor element, I guess. One of the things we talked about in the small group with the city was talking about different ways that plants and all that can be used to make a park look less like it doesn't have to look like a park. Like it doesn't have to have grass and like all that kind of stuff. So that was a minor element that I had written down, like use of what is the word that I'm looking for? Plants, shrubs, grasses, and everything to make it look, thank you, more, it can look more like a natural area versus having to look like the big turf out at Spring Creek and that kind of stuff. So I put that down. And then responding to what you said, Lucy, I think there are some groups who have talked about exclusive use of site and that kind of a deal. So I can definitely share what came out of one of those groups, just for the Indigenous communities. I think we've heard some like multiple different perspectives. So if you want to chat about that sometime, we can. Thank you.
And you're welcome to respond if you have information for the whole group.
Yeah, so I think we've heard from several different Indigenous groups, and I think somebody too jump in if you think I'm misinterpreting the situation. They have brought different ideas. So I remember Ron Hall and our first weekend talked about just access and being able to bring temporary systems in and just use the site. Some of the groups we spoke with yesterday talked about wanting exclusive use of a chunk of the property that they wanted to pick where they could build a sweat lodge, where they could have a place to cook for meals, a place where they could have elders teach their youth about Indigenous practices and that sort of a deal. They had also expressed interest in having somebody who could potentially live out on the property to act as the lodge keeper. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. And so in a discussion I think we had with the city about what was like feasible or things they have and have not done before, I don't think there's been an Indigenous group that has said we want to lease the land, but they have talked about wanting an opportunity to exclusively use a portion of it. And so I think it was maybe just out of some brainstorming as what is the most reasonable path forward for them to be able to use land. I don't think any of them said lease. I think it was just brainstorming among us. Obviously, we can recommend that the city give them the opportunity to lease the land and then they can choose to take that or not if the city offered it. But I think there's been a couple different perspectives brought by different Indigenous groups about what they want it to look like. So I think that's where that's coming from.
Okay. Yeah, the lodge group said it would be on trailers so they could move it in and out of the site whenever they needed it. So it sounded like a temporary while exclusive use of wherever the site is. And again, that distinction between leasing and permitting, I think it would be a permitted use, similar to a pride parade. A group that wants to organize a kind of gathering like that would file a permit with the city for whatever boundaries, whatever noise ordinances for whatever window of time. So that's what that distinction is for me, and why I just wanted to clarify with the group if anyone doesn't see it that way or heard differently.
I think for me, my understanding of it was the city said, I don't think we were in the same group yesterday, but they had talked about their season, in one of the groups, their season for when they hold these ceremonies being March to August. And the city had stated that they had never done that long of like a permit before. So again, I don't think anybody's saying they have to lease the land. We're saying if they, at least I'm very supportive of this idea that they have the opportunity to if they want to. There's nothing that's saying they absolutely have to do anything. There's also, I'm so sorry, I will make it so fast. There's also some discussion about uses of like fire in ceremonies. And so I think we were just trying to brainstorm and then they can shoot about what's going to give them the most whatever moving forward. So I think that's what that is.
Okay, let's let Olive jump in here and then maybe we'll wrap up this discussion, or maybe one more comment from Peter. I think this is Rich, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I work for the federal government, so I have a soft spot for government bureaucracy. But in our conversation with the city, just emphasizing kind of what Christine had already pointed out, is the city has never done a long-term or seasonal permit. It was my understanding that exclusive use, i.e. like no public desecration or dog waste happening on the land, was what the groups had wanted. Having someone out there full time, and having essentially a permit would also, you can't offer it to a single protected class, but offering a lease to a entity or organization or nonprofit is permissible in the same way that we could potentially look at leasing a building site to the Raptor program or Bird Conservancy. So it's kind of just creating a loophole in a bunch of different, I guess, statutes or legal, I guess, gray areas. There's, I mean, obviously we're not writing a lease, we're not writing terms of a lease, but it would give a little bit more autonomy to the organization that has that. Could be done at little to no cost, could be grant funded. Like there are ways around that, but lease in its conception was as similar to a, I guess, cutout that we are considering for different organizations looking to have access to the land long term and generally exclusive or autonomy, like independent use.
Thank you.
Thanks, Olive. Let's go to Peter here quickly, and then I think one of your city advisors wants to weigh in as well.
Great.
Go for it.
I just had two things. In our small group, when we were in the multi-use, Andre Dunn, I think that's how, and he's Indigenous, and he was mentee of Christina, who was in the Indigenous group. And he was the one who said that they had, I think, 3 meetings with the Raptor, et cetera, groups, and they were advancing the idea of having a shared physical facility, so they wouldn't need to do the temporary trailer. So that those aren't, I think those are, there's one or the other of those. They weren't asking for both. So I thought that was an important thing to bring up, that they were saying, hey, they could use that shared facility and have educational stuff and their cooking and their meeting in that constructed facility. And the second thing, Ron Hall from the Indigenous community was saying, he was telling me how excited they are. They've actually gotten what used to be the Colorado Welcome Center out near Prospect and I-25. That whole facility is theirs. And they're planning, he was hoping to have a grand opening in July. So that's going to be another Indigenous cultural center. I'm not saying that obviates the need to do something at Hughes, just so people know that that's already in the, it's not in the planning, it's done. So a good thing.
Okay, thanks for that. Rupert, would you like to weigh in?
I'll just be really quick as we get more into this in the small group. Sylvia comes around to talk with you all. But so the leasing piece that I mentioned, that is accurate, right? So we could enter into another lease if a nonprofit wanted that. The other, because I did talk with our city attorney yesterday just to see what other creative options we may have. And so the Civic Assembly could recommend that a portion of the site has to be used for like educational, cultural purposes to sort of like emphasize our Indigenous roots in collaboration with our Indigenous community. So that could be, so that would be a city thing that we would be responsible for. That makes sense. And we'll be around for questions.
Thanks for that. Awesome. Just to go back for a moment to anybody else who had concepts or major uses or minor elements to bring in from overnight. All right, well, if you have more of those in the next few minutes here while we're doing a bit of more of discussion, bring those out. And this is a great segue. You've already started doing the next thing that's on the list, which is to identify sort of major themes and discussion points, areas where there may be some work that needs to be done, where there's a bunch of ideas that may be similar, but there's some variation between them. That's all about what today is. Or maybe there's some tension between them. So what we're going to do now is identify what some of those key areas are, some of those key topic areas that need work. They could be small areas or they could be big areas. TMF is going to list those down on the chart up here. And then that's how we're going to split up into groups in this first round. You'll go off into groups and you'll be working groups on those areas and dig more into each of these different things that need work. As you may have noticed, there's quite a few things on this list, but there's a lot of things that overlap with each other. So this is the time to boil those down. The goal with the whole day is to combine and maximize agreement. The more agreement, the more powerful your recommendation is and looks. And again, it has to get to 75% in order to make it on the final report at all. Now up here, I've put little dots just to make it easier to see on the wall. You can see it very clearly on your page, but the green dots are things that reached 75% yesterday. The yellow dots are within kind of one or two people, and the red dots are below that. I'll finish over here when we raise the blinds, but you can see it all on your sheet already. I would recommend focusing on the areas where there is a fair amount of agreement building and just improve and combine and make those areas really solid. But there may be some of these areas that are on the cusp that with a little bit of work and negotiation and incorporating some different ideas, you may be able to get them to that 75%. So that's kind of the idea here. So with that, any suggestions for what these topic areas, these work areas might be for small groups? Jacob.
Just off the bat, transit seems to be a very big one, somewhere between parking or bus lines or ADA accessibility even.
Got it. So mentioned transportation, accessibility. Okay. Liv? Or, sorry.
I think
Liv, go ahead.
I think kind of land use, like where stuff goes, which might not be for us to decide because we're not the experts, but that's probably, and looking at everyone's maps, everybody kind of has a different idea of where different stakeholders should be on the land, and I think that's an area, the land use.
Sounds good. Land use. Rupa, would you like to jump in?
I would that what's important for the recommendations is the uses on the site, and then we as the city would figure out the layout. The other thing with transit and transportation, I think you all can recommend that it's of importance, right? It's a value that you all have. And a lot of that will come out of the development review process. So I won't do too much on that. That's fair.
Thanks. Yeah, I think you're here for advice. All right. Steve.
Is there any way to get any clarification about the preferences of the indigenous people?
I think there isn't an opportunity to seek more information today. That we're past that point. Yeah, I don't think we have a mechanism for that today. However, there were, as folks have pointed out, different people in different groups. So I think seeking that out from fellow delegates is probably the best bet. Oh, sorry, Colin.
There seems to be a lot of agreement with regard to a gathering center. So a lot of overlap with the Raptor program, but there's also some general language about just a gathering center. And I don't see any reason why that facility can't be all of that stuff. You know, for the Raptor program, an amphitheater that Indigenous could use, you know. So I think that a topic would be consolidating all that overlap into one concept.
Gathering center.
Gathering center.
So as the umbrella here. Okay. Sorry, Liv, is that? Yeah, go for it.
Regarding a gathering center, I think aspects of that being, low light and low noise pollution and blending in with the environment are important, especially for the people who live there. I think Lucia discussed concerns about noise pollution and, in a construction phase, there will be noise pollution, of course, but it's not something that after that would have a lot of noise because, birds might be a little noisy in the spring during breeding season, but from what my understanding was from the bird people was, they're not that noisy and they can't have light, like they need no light, so it would be dark at night there.
I think if I'm hearing you right, are you recommending kind of adding those things to the gathering center discussion?
I don't know what group who will be.
Yeah, fair enough.
But think about those things.
Fair enough. Yeah, we'll only split into 4 groups, so multiple things will kind of be within each group. So maybe let's add that kind of to the gathering center there. Seems like a suggestion. All right, Peter, do you still have yours up?
Yeah. Sorry, I guess I think it's probably handled by the gathering center. I'm kind of struggling with trying to merge the constructed facilities for indigenous and the wildlife / education. So I guess if that's covered under gathering center, I'm good.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I think let's think if we can break out things, delegate a little bit, because it'll just be easier to work in a little bit smaller groups, but we will have time in a larger group as well. And well, let's see how this goes. Maybe that deserves a big discussion.
Maybe something about constructed facilities then.
Constructed facilities. Okay. All right. Lucy. Sorry, Lucy.
Maybe some of the reading materials or resources we were given to review over the course of our meeting times, like the master plan from Parks and Rec, some of the Indigenous Voices articles we read, just because I say that because the city already spent time and money on some of these resources, like the master plan and the feasibility study. I know I sound like a broken record there, but remembering that we're representing the community as a whole, while we might not live directly on the site, but what we've heard, what the city has heard, maybe coming together and huddling on that again, what people have been saying or not saying outside of these 4 walls over however many years since the site was sold.
Got it. So your suggestion is maybe a group to kind of just go back into the information again and reflect from there. Totally fair enough. Now let's put that up there. Maybe a information. What would you call that? Information review. Recap. All right. Cool. Fair enough. These groups can be constructed, in any way that you'd like. So, Colin Art.
I think that there should be a discussion on mixed use. Everything that includes that phrase seems to have a very high percentage. So perhaps a conversation on exactly what goes into a mixed use.
Mixed use as a topic. Liv, were you the one that brought up land use? I wonder if that would be in sort of form of a similar theme.
Yeah, I think so. Just who is going to, what stakeholders will be under that category of mixed use. So yeah.
Sort of those big picture kind of topics. All right, maybe mixed use, land use. Fantastic. All right. Any other ideas, nominations here? All right, fair enough. That's probably enough to work on. And now you've been talking about Indigenous related topics. do you think that should be a separate breakout? Or I heard someone talk about sort of the gathering center, but there are also different, sort of concepts versus uses here as well. So do you think that's a separate item, work item potentially? Nodding your head, Colin, you nominated that. Jacob, do you want to jump in?
I think gathering spaces should fall under land usage, because that's just pavilions, park benches, that kind of thing. This is where that would fall typically.
Gotcha. I totally hear where you're coming from. I wonder, just from the perspective of kind of editing these different items, that maybe we try splitting out a little bit more, and then we'll come back together again and see if that's working and rehash these sort of collections of folks in not very long. So maybe for the moment, kind of separate and come back together. All right, let's see. So we're sort of seeing about 4. Let's see, we've got land use, mixed use, transit, accessibility. Does that still feel like that feels like an item? Somebody nominated that. Does that go with anything else here? Let's see. I might suggest sort of one group for this land use, mixed use. That feels like kind of a big topic. Maybe one for the gathering center kind of uses. That feels like a big topic. Maybe one for topics related to Indigenous folks. That's maybe 1, 2, 3. And I wonder if an information recap group could also bring in some of these sort of more minor uses, perhaps, and also do a bit of the information recap. Thoughts? Just proposing. Yeah, Liz, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm kind of jumping ahead here.
Yeah.
What is the recommended amount of topics that I'm just cutting through the stuff that city council is really going to want to hear about?
It is not limited.
Yeah, but if you spray and pray it all over, that's not going to work. So I'm trying to funnel like right now.
Yeah.
Do you want three major topics, 4 major topics? I mean, what is the recommended amount to go for a list for council in the end of all of this?
And Rupert, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just echo what Lynn said in the beginning, that so like a list of 30 helpful. No. But if you can narrow it down to whatever your top, and I don't want to give you a number to limit yourself, but I guess put yourself in council shoes, right? So if you're given a list of 30, that's probably not helpful. But what is that magic number for you? And I just
usually 3. That's usually what the human being can really.
So I'm not going to give you a number.
I think we should stay away from hard numbers because there's different kinds of items here. There can be a lot of different concepts. Major uses maybe is more limited. Minor elements there may be more of. That would be my suggestion. That's kind of how we've been imagining this, but there is not a number that may be unsatisfying.
Well, I'm trying to stay out of the weeds because there's only a certain point. I'm trying to redirect what is going to be accurate for council. What, keep in mind, instead of getting so granular with, the transportation and the that's all going to come when you do the development review.
Right. And I would suggest maybe if like transit incorporated into the land use mixed use conversation, because like the transportation piece comes depending on how active the site is.
Right.
So I don't know if that's a whole different. I'm not trying to micromanage, I'm sorry, but to your point, Liz,
yeah, I'm just trying to.
Suggestions welcome. I want to just expose that this is a little bit of messiness. There will be messiness today. This won't be the only time, just to warn you. But as we construct these groups and reconstruct them. All right, I think let's start to move into these groups. Could I get a show of hands of folks that would like to work on this land use, mixed use topic? I'm seeing Liv, I'm seeing Colin R, I'm seeing Christine, I'm seeing Kavanaugh, I'm seeing Lucy, Alex, and Olive. Fantastic. Let's go. Is the group 1 a big group? Big room? Mods? What's a bigger room? 2 is biggest. Let's go for group 2 for all of you. And per Rupa's suggestion, how do you feel about the transit and accessibility?
No, cut it.
Well, there are items on the board, so they're not disappearing. They're either going to be dealt with or not. You can choose to eliminate them later, but maybe we'll just fold it into that group for the time being. You can decide what to do with them. All right. How about topics related to the Indigenous community? Jacob, Steve, Lee, and Adi. Anybody else? Did I miss somebody? Okay, cool. And how about the gathering center use question? Ben, Krista, Liz, Mike. Is anybody on that? Yeah, Peter.
Did I miss is constructed facilities in land?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's off on the side there. Well, could I get some feedback about that? Do you think that fits with the gathering center? Is that its own topic? That would be fine. We got 3 topics so far. Or with land use. Some of these things are going to overlap. That's fine. You're both in, and I'll be transparent. You're going to be looking first at this sheet in these small groups and identifying kind of which items you want to work on and seek to combine. And we will know what every other group is doing so that we can help to sort of cross-pollinate organically. Peter, go jump on a mic if you would.
So I guess it seems to me land use already had a lot of people in it, and if they're gonna take care of constructed facilities, that's fine. I mean, I don't need to join that because it seemed like that was a large, right?
It was a bigger group. It was, yeah.
All right.
Maybe let's hold that one for a moment since that seems like that kind of straddles a couple things. I'm not sure. I mean, let's go for the information recap group that Lucy suggested. Would you?
I like 2 groups.
Well, we'll get there. Different sizes of groups, different points. Would anyone like to jump into that that information group? Maybe not. Okay, we'll fold that in elsewhere. Yeah, help me out. Is there another group here? Perhaps constructed facilities deserves its own. That's sort of what's on the list. Alex, do you want to jump in with a suggestion?
No suggestion, but I'd join that group.
Okay, fantastic. Let's make the 4th group constructed facilities then. Alex there, Peter there. Anybody else who hasn't joined a group so far and would like to place themselves in a group?
The land use group.
Land use, repair. Anybody else?
We have at least 1 delegate out of the room who will be returning. They're moving a car.
Super. That's cool. We can direct them to a spot when they come back. All right, everybody know where you're headed. Do we have group numbers here? All right, sorry. So group 1 will be the gathering center. Group 2 will be land use and mixed use. Group 3 will be indigenous. Group 4 will be constructed facilities. Okay, wait, before you go really fast. So in these small groups, the first thing will be your moderators will ask you to look back at this and identify what your group thinks that you can work on and work combining discussion, look at variations and try to make progress. And then you'll work there for a bit. We'll come back, we'll check in, we'll go back into perhaps the same, perhaps different small groups, and we'll go back and forth a couple of times today. That's how today's going to work. Okay, thanks much. Mods, please watch your text messages for timing.
Just a quick note. 1, you are going with TMF.
Gathering center.
Group 2, you're going to go with Gila. Gila is new today, so not recognized her. Group 3, you're going to go with Jason. There's Jason.
Second floor.
Group 3, which one's group 3 again? I can't read that. Indigenous issues is group 3. Then group 4, you're going with Phil.
Better
You here? And could have quiet in the gallery. Thank you. Okay. Well, we're in it now. Oh my gosh, this is now in rounds of editing here, back and forth. I just want to acknowledge this is tough. This is where you're really putting it all together. So yeah, please talk to us about any needs that you have or any feelings that you have about how things are going. We'd love to hear. Obviously, we're being very responsive to kind of what we're seeing and what we feel like, you know, the group needs more of at what time. Hey, we need a little more plenary discussion, or hey, we need more small group time, and that's going to continue. This before lunch here is time to check in with the progress of those small groups, see how each group is doing, get feedback from the full assembly. And then after lunch, you'll head back into groups. We'll see if we need to reconfigure these groups at all, or if they're working. We'll also ask that over lunch, maybe take a quick walk by here or look at the sheet and just think about things that all four of the current groups may be missing. Anything that we need to sort of add as work items into the afternoon to editing and combining to get where you want to be. But first, let's start with a report back from the progress of each group. Take just a couple minutes for these. I'll put them on screen and yeah, share what you've been working on. Who from group one would like to jump in? Ben, go for it.
So in group one, we discussed the gathering space or gathering center. We discussed it as a multi-use center. We wanted it to be used for gathering, wildlife rehabilitation, learning and education, and indigenous cultural practices. What we had discussed is having this building be like a single building. Ideally, we don't want multiple buildings distributed throughout the property. And if it could be consolidated into one shared building, that would be perfect. And then for our minor element, we discussed limiting lighting. That was something that came up multiple times in the what we voted on yesterday. Was we really wanted to have the overall delegation, the 19 of us, chose that having minimal lighting would be preferred, so that it doesn't interfere with wildlife and also doesn't interfere with the surrounding neighborhood.
Thanks for that. And as you're reviewing these here that they've created, just invite you to take a peek at those numbered items that the group is saying that they are attempting to combine. And one thing that we'll be asking in the afternoon is a final check. Hey, make sure if you were the author of 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, have they captured that here? So take a look at those. If there are elements there that you feel really strongly about that would prevent you from potentially getting on board with this new combined idea, now and later are both the time to speak about those, plus any other feedback. Peter, I see you.
Well, so I have to admit, when I thought about gathering space, since Alex and I were working on constructed facilities, I thought of gathering spaces as like 14, which is fields, pavilions, and gardens. And what I see 1.1 being is an idea I'm not against necessarily, but it's saying, oh, everything should be in a. So I wonder if you talked about what about the park, you know, the idea of a powwow or people being able to have like a folk music, I don't know, concert or something.
Really good question. We did discuss that. We talked about if we included that into our consolidation, that might be taking away some of the voice from the other groups. We thought that conversation would probably be better under the land use and the indigenous groups. But I do think that's a valid point for sure. But we did specifically omit that.
All right, see, Krista.
Yes, and I was part of this group too. And actually, in the beginning, I did have some concerns that we weren't interpreting what you meant, Peter. I called you out, my neighbor here. But we weren't sure exactly. We were under the impression that the powwow site would be a separate location. And gathering, we just ended up interpreting it as the one place where there would be the structure required. So yeah, just to clarify. Thank you.
Quickly, just a reminder for those of you in the group that's sharing currently, take notes, please, of the feedback that you're receiving.
Oh yeah, that's great. Peter, did you want to come back on that? Are you good?
No, I'm good.
All right. Seeing Lee.
So just having the space for powwow and community gardens and things like that, that could definitely fall under like the parks use. It doesn't necessarily need to be part of the gathering space or a gathering building or whatever it is. I think it's really easy to envision like the educational cultural center as just simply being a building and a single thing, but like having park space that's available to be what's the word I'm looking for? Rented, signed up for, whatever, where you can reserve it and be able to use it. That would be probably suitable for like a powwow.
Okay.
All right, seeing Lucy.
Was there any consideration or could there be for what kind of land category or classification this report item could fall under? Where I'm going with this question is, would this be on the conservation site of the land or the natural areas site? Because the wildlife rehab piece, that would lead me to believe that it would not be a part of the open spaces or parks and rec site. Whereas the indigenous cultural practices, it could maybe straddle, if they had a powwow space that would be in a park space and not disturbing the wildlife in a hospital facility. Just curious about that portion.
Anyone for the group? Okay.
That did actually also come up as well. And what we had talked about is having the indigenous space included was definitely not to try and like take away any area they would want to have for like a powwow. We just figured that would probably be talked about through other groups. We included the indigenous space more for the educational aspect of it, which is something Ron had mentioned, and also potentially like restrooms, changing areas. We're just trying to basically consolidate if there are any buildings that need to be on the property, that it's just one, and we're not putting multiple buildings throughout the entire property.
Okay, cool. Any final thoughts on that group's work? All right, let's move on to group 2. Who would like to? Oh, I got to pull it up here. All right, who from group 2 would like to read and explain these? Christine.
I can do it. So we went through and identified the ideas that all really clumped together. So ideas 16 through 23 were all about the Bird Conservancy Rehab Center, Education, Cultural Center. So we put those together as a major use. Then we put together all of the indigenous use ideas that were submitted. And those varied from a ceremonial site to having access to the land just to hold events. And anybody in my group, if I'm misrepresenting, please speak up. So we listed out all those ideas right there. I think we put all of the concepts around multi-use for the property together. And then we did, I think the bike park was the next one. And then the ideas that all talked about designating some or all of the property to a natural area.
Got any more comments about that? It looks like there's still some work happening on those last items, but you kind of clustered to this point. Yeah,
We were running out of time. Yeah.
fair enough. Not. That's a lot to piece together. Wow. Any other comments from that group or comments for that group? Right. All right. Give me just a moment to get group 3 on the board here. Who from group 3 would be up for reporting back on your work?
So in the interest of consolidating a lot of the points raised around the indigenous people, we brought it down to 2 points, one of which being a concept. In the design and planning of the site, it is critical to include indigenous people, whether that be for artifact reclamation or determining what sites that they would like to use or designate as a cultural or recreational bit of the park. The second one, we took apart a couple of the points used previously by the land use people and other groups and pulled out the indigenous parts of it and made it simply indigenous should be given priority in allocating or deciding land usage for recreational and ceremonial purposes so that they can have that space to use.
Awesome. Anybody else from that group want to jump in or any comments or questions for that group? Things that they may be missing that are important to you that would prevent you from hopping on board with these ideas or that are just missing. Ben?
I did just want to bring up what Lucy had asked our group about, because I think it is probably a really good point. Maybe setting aside like a spot for like permitting near the cottonwood trees that could be used for powwows, something like that.
And we can definitely clarify. I do believe that would fall under 3.2. We can definitely clarify the language on that. But yeah, fundamentally allowing them to pick the spot where they will have in the park a section dedicated to recreation and education, or cultural education.
That makes sense. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Lucy.
Just at a glance, do you guys think, does this group maybe think that these report items are kind of the same, one and the same? If we're including them in the designing and planning, won't they be, is that you guys don't think it's implied they'll be given priority, or you want people to vote on whether or not they will be given priority specifically in allocating or deciding land usage for recreational and ceremonial purposes?
Ali?
I think just as a concept to have each phase of the process be involved in to have so the voice is heard, but then for major use to be able to pick the place that specific thing is going to go. That's why we picked that. It was consolidating down the various points and kind of came to one was just giving a priority. One was giving what do we call that? Inclusion. Yeah, consultation. And then the other one was more geared towards use. And it would probably fall under more like the land use, being able to pick a spot. But it seemed like the one of the groups we spoke with yesterday was very specific about where they wanted to be. And so just making sure that that spot could actually be reserved, we felt that was important because it's specific to that particular group.
All right, let's go to Alex.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that in our session with the city yesterday, I believe I used the word priority in one of our like major use ideas. And anyone in that group, feel free to speak up. But I believe that we were told that priority is probably like the language needs to be changed. I think we touched on that this morning about giving quote priority to a specific group versus not any other group. And I believe some of the language that we were, I'm not going to say told to use because we weren't, but basically some of the language would be like in collaboration with. So like offer this space in collaboration with the indigenous people. Just thought I'd point that out, that anything that prioritizes a specific group sounds like it gets into a sticky situation.
Thanks for that, Steve.
I just put down for my own notes that indigenous aims, the indigenous requests were so varied and vague that that it's critical that indigenous groups be given priority consultation regarding the allocation and use of the land.
All right, Olive.
I think kind of what Alex was, I just want to highlight again, it was trying to explain is when you emphasize priority to a protected class of individual in terms of identity, that gets into whether or not it is illegal, I guess. It's just like a gray area. I don't disagree that certain voices should be prioritized, but just when we're thinking of presenting a concept to city council, whether or not they're going to accept it based on the legal constraints of the city.
I just wasn't sure if we were educated enough about it to speak for them or if they needed to speak for themselves. So that's where I was coming from.
That's why I think maybe the first ID number might get more voting or might have more sway. It might pass with council or they might sign off on that recommendation more so than the other one. Maybe those ID numbers could be looped into that one is my suggestion.
Rupa, would you like to jump in? I see you.
Yeah, just lurking in the corner. So you're right that we can't prioritize people, but you can prioritize like topics or educational opportunities, or cultural spaces, or anything like that.
Thanks for that, Jacob.
I do agree for the most part, and I believe we can again change the wording on the first and second one even. The first one more to incorporate and collaborate with indigenous people at every step of the process, coming to the land, making sure we're not digging up anything we shouldn't be, that kind of thing. The second one, I do believe it is still important because there does need to be a space on the land somewhere, which is why it's more of major use than a concept. That be set aside for education and cultural uses.
Right, Christy.
If I'm understanding correctly, I think we are maybe all agreeing somewhat that the concept and major use, like they are two separate things. I'm wondering if we're feeling like the wording on the major use could be, and we could work on it to improve it. Is that kind of what I'm taking away from this discussion?
All right, let's wrap up quickly with these last two comments here, Peter.
Yeah, to Christine's point, and I think to what Jacob was saying, if like the major use said something more like indigenous, people should be consulted in the allocation or decision on, so it's making sure they have a major seat at the table, and just get away from the prioritization phrase.
Lee?
I definitely agree that we could make that language better and something that would be more appealing to city council. The other thing I wanted to state is just that in both of these, some of this already is happening. Like Ron Hall is consulting with the city already and has already been talking to them about different things. And the powwow they just had was also partially funded, I guess, supported by the city. And so in the idea of having a space to be able to have a powwow, it really doesn't need to be something that's necessarily specifically, this is their territory, but just like a field in a park that can be checked out. So we can even change the wording around that. There's also different groups within the indigenous community that we're talking to, and they have different needs. And so the specifics of that would be worked out later on. But the major use of basically saying we need to have a space where that can be checked out, I think is important.
I lost track of time a little bit. We've got a little bit more time here. Anybody else want to jump in? I know this is an important question. Okay, all right. Move on to group 4. How exciting. All right. Who is up for presenting from group 4? Alex, go for it.
We had a pretty small group, yet we still did not finish. Maybe that's why we didn't finish. There were just 2 of us. We found that a lot of our topics kind of were falling under like mixed use, land use, that type of thing. So we focused specifically on constructed facilities. So the first, I guess, aspect of a constructed facility that stuck out to us was light pollution. You can see the topics that we listed there. It seems that both the opponents of any construction were concerned with light pollution, and the proponents, like the people who did want wanted to make sure that it wasn't impacting areas and wildlife. So we just put light pollution. I guess that would be minimize light pollution is our concept, not just light pollution. And then for one of our major uses, so constructed facilities, right? So that's going to be any permanent structures. I admit that this is maybe my own opinion and going to be perhaps controversial. But Lynn said, I think if anything doesn't sit right with you, now's your chance to bring it up. So I'm going to. I'll do that after we cover the topics. But one of the pieces that we saw commonly brought up in those numbers is basically like no permanent buildings, like no permanent structures. So we were consolidating information. One specification, or maybe even a constraint, was that like restrooms and basic shade structures are kind of exempt from that. And also these permanent buildings, this could be a restriction to the education component, depending on like how you're looking at it. If people want an education facility, what does that look like? Is that just a community garden, or is this like the Museum of Discovery type situation? So there are some considerations there. And then our third topic, if you scroll down just slightly, I guess we have a fourth topic too, but the third topic that we consolidated was the Raptor Center, right? So there are a lot of major uses that list the Raptor Center. I'm also going to come back and talk to that one. And then our fourth topic, I believe, just covered, I called this a minor element of where and how structures should be built. So there were, and again, maybe this falls under the land use group 2, but there were considerations about, existing structures, existing tree coverage and things like that about where it should be. Again, I'm not sure if that's anything that we mention on our proposal to council. I don't think it is, but we were consolidating, so that's why it's up there. And then I want to circle back and talk a little bit more, put myself in the hot seat. I know I'm going to get flack for this, but it's on my mind, so I'm going to say it. But we talked about constructed facilities and kind of like why would you need a construction facility? So basically, like if we're gonna have one, is it worth it, and does it meet the ballot language? And I'm just gonna go for it. I personally don't think that the Raptor Center, the way it was proposed, does meet that. I understand that the ballot language does say wildlife rehab. And I think you can see that a lot of different ways, where if you create an environment that like brings wildlife back, that is wildlife rehab. Excuse me. However, I was thinking of this constructed facility, and it was mentioned that it would be like there would be gardens and stuff for education, but they would be fenced off and pay for use. And it was also mentioned that that land would be great for that facility because it joins up to all this other land. However, yesterday it was also mentioned that there are legal obligations for releasing raptors and that they go back to where they were found, which is, it's going to be rare that that's going to be the Hughes site. So I believe they said most of those are going to be Wyoming and Montana, a lot of that release. So the raptors themselves, again, this is my understanding based off the questions I asked yesterday. The raptors themselves are kept in enclosures that are not accessible to the public, like on a regular basis. And those, they never are like flying out in the open space. It's always enclosures until they are released back in the public, which would be, or into the wild public, which is going to be at the location they were found. It's not going to be the Hughes site. So I think that's an important distinction to make, that the facility being located on this land is not particularly like critical to the animals' like well-being or safety. I'm going to stop talking now.
I'm going to go to Peter first because I think you were also in this group, right?
Yeah, and I think one of the things that so I basically agree with Alex. One of the things that has struck me is if education is one of our goals, and I think it is, if it's gated and citizens who paid for the land have to pay to go to the education part, that doesn't feel like education to me. And also I hadn't heard, but I think it's an important thing. I had in my mind that the pitch for the Raptor Center was they could be rehabbed there and then released into the big space at Hughes, and that's legally not allowed. So those two things kind of soured me on the idea that it really would be kind of a slash office building with gated access, card code access, and that the public would have to pay to actually participate in any of the educational things.
All right, thanks. We got 5 people on stack here. Steve.
Okay, so for my own understanding and just kind of recapping here, no light and noise pollution we agree on. No permanent or limited structures, if not no permanent structures. Consultation of, more specific consultation of indigenous needs. And we still need to satisfy the components of education, the bike trails, and the raptors. Am I going in the right direction?
Any direct responses to that?
I don't think there's anything in the ballot language that says raptors or, or anything about, and I think that the whole.
Can you place the mic just a little closer, Peter?
Sure. So I guess, yeah. So what we were trying to wrestle with was the idea of whether the constructed, whether education and wildlife rehab, I think is in one of the whereases, is actually requires there to be a specific bird hospital / office area.
Okay, thanks. Olive.
Am I allowed to share an opinion right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have. So closed. No, please.
Yeah, I grew up on the Mississippi River and I didn't see a bald eagle until I was like 14 or 15, which like really isn't that like niche or anything. But the human impact on the ability of like raptors very specifically to succeed or thrive in the wild was like incredibly hindered by this chemical called DDT, which is now illegal. But there's still a huge recovery process in terms of getting those populations back up to a healthy or sustainable level. And the majority of the patients that the Raptor Center sees currently are their injuries due to human impact, whether it be like a car collision, window, thing like that. So I think it would be a disservice not to use this opportunity to kind of forward and push along a conservation effort that is already, I mean, long overdue. And just kind of pushing back on the whole, it should be entirely free to the public. I mean, they were incredibly, I guess, flexible about like having like free days and making their facilities as accessible as possible. But I mean, there's admission rates for other community spaces. I mean, the Museum of Discovery is like right now an adult ticket is nearly $16, which isn't, you know, the steepest thing in the world, but there is some sort of like, I mean, financial barrier to kind of accessing that. So I don't know if it's necessarily our position to describe what that access looks like. Especially when you're thinking about the diversified funding sources of a conservation effort.
All right, thanks. I'm seeing about 5 names on stack here, and we have about 6 minutes or so till lunch. Let's go to Lucy.
For the group here in the live stream, I just also wanted to express my agreement with Alex and Peter's sentiment that conservation and wildlife education and restoration shouldn't be siloed based on an informational group that the information committee or an advocacy group that the information committee selected for us to hear from. Like I mentioned earlier, the master plan for Parks and Rec, there has been community interest for years now for a bike park, you know, half and half on another neighborhood park with slides and swings for kids, but nowhere in the ballot and nowhere that I could see in the resources that we were given that have already had city funds invested in research and planning was a conservation and wildlife education restoration designation specifically for this group. I just wanted to reiterate that again, that there have been years of contention around this site and opinions, and looking at the information recap, I know there wasn't a dedicated group for that, but we should also be mindful of the people outside of these 4 walls, outside of these 4 days, and what they have been saying their desires are for this site.
Right. Ben.
Yeah, I think you guys definitely bring up some valid points that do need to be discussed. So the second part that you talked about, Alex, with education potentially not being open to the public, again, totally valid, but I think we can just look at the kind of education that the Rocky Mountain Raptor program and the Bird Conservancy currently offer. I gave the example yesterday. I come from a low-income background. My parents just never cared about taking me outside, and only through a school program did I get that exposure. I think there needs to be discussion about trying to make this as open to the public as possible, but they already make a huge difference in Fort Collins. They make a huge difference in Colorado and even outside of Colorado, just solely through like the school programs that they run, which obviously, you know, the students don't have to pay for. So this is, in my opinion, still, again, very valid, but they already do a ton of education that makes a huge difference. I will also say, it is very, like what Lucy said, it's very important to take into account other perspectives and other opinions. I don't want a bike park. Nobody in my friend group or my family circle is interested in a bike park. I just don't hang out around along a lot of bikers, but I also can't deny the fact that there's a ton of community support for a bike group or a bike park. And for that reason, I'm still definitely like for including a bike park and those kind of facilities. So I would just kind of challenge you, maybe, consider that just because there may have not been a lot of environmental interest originally, I'm very interested in that. And there's a lot of people in my friend group and, people I know who really do want to see environmental learning center. It would make a huge difference in offering them more than what they currently have to present educational material to our community.
All right, we're not going to be able to fit in everybody who's on stack before lunch, and I want to make sure that we do lunch on time, but we'll get through as many as we get through here. Colin R.
A couple of thoughts that I wanted to share with the group. Yes, the center would be fenced off, but that doesn't mean that the gardens and vegetation work that they're going to do is going to be confined within the fence. And I don't think that the location is as important as their desire to move into a more modern, bigger facility that will allow them to do their work on a larger scale. It should also be noted, I think, that it's not just raptors. This is a nature center. The Raptor program is just one of the programs that wants to make this happen. And I had another thought. As Ben said, it's not just us going to them. This will allow them to widen the radius of their outreach. These people go to schools, they go to boys and girls clubs. So yes, it will enable them to heal more birds and get them back out into the wild. And yes, they do have to release them where they were found. But a bigger facility means more help and more ability for outreach outside. And it's already more than birds at their current facility. I mean, there's taxidermied animals of all sorts in there. So you have to remember, it's not just about the birds.
Let's see if we can squeeze in Krista, and that'll be the last before lunch, but don't worry, there will be lots more time to discuss after lunch.
Okay, thank you, everyone. This I have learned from everyone what everyone has said. I agree. I've actually learned a lot from you, Alex, with your interpretation of what wildlife rehabilitation can mean. So that put a new perspective in light for me, and that was great. I agree, and I also believe that wildlife rehabilitation, the act of actually doing it and not, just part of the process, would still be conducted there. I don't want to have to reiterate what everyone has said, but I do want to call out who can I ask who said that there would be an admission?
In the small group,
Would you jump on the mic?
the executive director from the Raptor Center said that they would have 3 days at the grand opening, but then it would be paid admission.
Okay. I was not under the impression of that. Being nonprofit, they have obligations actually to the federal government because they are in possession of federally protected birds. And they have obligations to the state where they actually have to do certain activities to maintain their license to hold these birds and whatnot. And I think it's important. And then again, nonprofit status. We should really double check to see if that would be a requirement where they would be charging people, because I'm under the impression that it would be open. And I think they would be open to also considering that. It's not just set in stone. And another point I want to make to reiterate, Colin, is they also are agreeing to work with other groups, other wildlife groups, other bird groups, other science groups, and also with Ron Hall to help interpret the cultural value that these birds provide. So I think it does connect the story of that landscape, in my opinion. But thank you everyone for saying what you have so far. I have learned. Thank you.
I just want to check in. Are we still waiting on lunch for a couple minutes?
Just being set up.
Okay, so let's take a couple more then, since we can't get lunch. I think we had Christine.
I'm going to try not to repeat what everybody has already said. I think when they talked about fencing and somewhat controlled access, that was for security, for protection of the birds. It's why they had to leave the Environmental Learning Center. People were feeding the birds and other things. So fencing is there for the security and protection of the birds, not from the other wild animals, but to quote the presenters yesterday, from the wild humans. So I think that's important to keep in mind. I don't think the vision has been this closed access, the public can't be there. I think one of the things they've talked about is the public can't be in their current space. They can't see the work that they're doing due to the size. So I think we can ruminate on whether or not we have to have it there. I don't think we're obligated to include everything that is listed in the ballot language. I think that's what we're here to decide. But I would push back against this idea that they are asking for a gated facility that only card-carrying staff members get to be in. And I do think there was some discussion about there might need to be some paid access, like to be able to go to their center, you might have to pay an admissions fee. But I don't know if that alone is enough to say this is not a use for the land. I think there's flexibility. They seem very flexible. There's lots of groups that are trying to work together. It seems like there can maybe be a solution. So,
All right, Peter, did you want to jump in, or if you're good? Okay, Alex.
I'll be quicker this time. First, I just want to say that I am super pro Bird Conservancy and the Rocky Mountain Raptor program. I'm not against them. I just don't think that this is the place. And my thought of an educational facility would be build the gardens, bring the birds out, talk about the birds, put up bald eagle posts where they can put the nests. Don't put a giant building where inevitably, and I'll pull at the heartstrings, you're gonna find little poor sad meadowlarks that have hit the windows because they're all up against this open area. But anyway, my point is, I care about the birds too. They have 26 acres where they are now. Again, I have not been to that facility, but that sounds like a huge facility that could be revamped there as well. But again, the educational aspect for me is let me see these birds in this natural area existing as they would. And that was just kind of my follow-up thought.
All right, Olive.
So I'm an avid birder, and my partner is a mountain biker. And honestly, we are very much of the mind that these things can coexist. This delegation is supposed to be, a microcosm of the larger Fort Collins. So just because you're not hearing an opinion doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Doesn't mean that there's not a large sector of the general public where it exists. Maybe you're just not in the spaces where those voices are happening. So on behalf of, the birders, just keep this in mind.
Right, and Lee.
I know this was touched on earlier with the paid access to educational facility, but there are other educational facilities around town that I believe are city sponsored, like Red Spring Creek and Museum Discovery, correct me if I'm wrong, that are paid. And that is would be probably a similar situation to this for paid access. I think the city already has an expectation from everything from museums to gardens to have to pay to be able to go into a lot of them. So I don't think it's necessarily something that the residents of the city would be against. And I think there is widespread support for something for the Raptor Center, especially when I see them around town at every public event. There's somebody with, an owl or hawk on their arm. Ow. Sorry.
Oh no.
So I think there is large scale support for that. A facility somewhere, whether this is the proper place for it. I mean, we can definitely talk about that, but honestly, I think anywhere that they would probably want to go that would be city supported would be asking the same question. Is this the place for it? And if they are willing to coexist with other groups, then I think it's definitely worth our consideration.
All right, Grace, I'm going to look to you for indication of when lunch is ready. Until then, Liz.
I wouldn't let admission fees be part of this because the city does a great job with almost using the facilities like a library book. So if you're from a poor school, they can arrange to take their kids to the gardens on Spring Creek through certain things. There's a lot of stuff that goes on out there that nobody has any idea how generous the city is. So I would not let that be a factor.
All right, Jacob.
I believe that fundamentally there is no education without activation. I see probably 100 birds a day. Couldn't tell you what a single one is because I'm not excited or have any idea what they do or where they live. But if we have a facility like the Raptor Rehabilitation where children can go and watch an owl like eat a mouse or something, they're going to be on the lookout and go, that's, a barn owl or whatever they have available, and more engaged with everything outside of that raptor exhibit on the Hughes site. If we have that natural area to the west, they might see the shrubbery that certain birds live in or favor and be able to connect that and engage with the site on a deeper level.
All right, super. I'm going to say something now that sort of applies after lunch. I was going to say at the end is just to invite folks who maybe haven't said something in a while in these plenary chats to think on that over lunch. If you have more thoughts, no doubt some of the topics that have come up in the big group this morning will be back again. So just that invitation. But first, Olive.
Well, now I feel guilty for speaking again.
No. Sorry, didn't mean to make you feel guilty. Just wanted to.
Yeah. I want to forward Liz's idea about like community spaces can be as accessible as possible. I don't know if anyone here is a Poudre Library card holder. I am avid user. You could check out different curiosity passes. You get it free admission to the Butterfly Pavilion, the Centennial Village Museum, the Cheyenne Depot Museum, like a bunch of different museums and like public spaces. Colorado Railroad Museum, like things like that. And I'm not saying like, oh, we should recommend that, they have an admission partnership with the library, but like there is so much public accessibility that the city is already actively doing. And charging an admission fee is not, by any means of intent to gatekeep. It's just, intent to fund programs that are existing and cost money. So I don't think necessarily that should be a make or break for anyone's, opinion on the Raptor Center.
All right, Colin.
I appreciate y'all's viewpoint and bringing it to the group. I wanted to clarify. You mentioned that you think it sounds like a huge facility. The acreage is the land. The facility is actually very small, and they're bursting at the seams. They definitely need something more modern and bigger. So that land gives them something to use. And I realize it's going to happen after the big vote today. But on Saturday, if anybody here is curious, they are having a free open to the public day. I think it's 12 to 4 or 10 to 4. One of the two. So I'm a bird nerd too. So I'm going to be there.
All right, Lucy.
Thank you to everybody for sharing their viewpoints. I also wanted to say I'm not against birds and conservation efforts. I volunteer with different local organizations. So while this site may or may not be the best fit for a facility that this advocacy group is seeking, there might be more sway with council or more vote support if we were broader with our conservation and wildlife language on whatever we're recommending in our report to council is the point I'm trying to emphasize. I'm not against birds or different animal, wildlife, and education initiatives. It's just what could council go back to constituents, so people outside of this room that are also us, and say, we're going to do this for you guys. It's not, I don't know if pigeonhole is an appropriate pun, but we don't want to we don't want to just put something very specific that may not pan out due to unforeseen or future circumstances out of our control.
I think we'll take Steve here and then we'll pause on this topic. Steve.
Oh, I'm just wondering, so maybe a designation of a natural area and a designation of a community park, is that sort of what you mean? Or like, is it possible that we don't know exactly what a raptor center or education center or indigenous group needs as much as they do?
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
What
just
my
in general,
so
I'm just putting that up.
Going back to my little map that I drew, I put a conservation area with indigenous gatherings, so it's broad enough where it could get enough support potentially, but it's up to the city what's permitted and zoned, and weighing in with these groups who can afford what leases, and based on wherever the city planners and designers say facilities can go.
Okay, super. Thanks for another great discussion and lots of mutual respect all around. Appreciate everybody saying that to each other. Little claps. Hey. Gosh, really digging in here. So close to lunch. I think watching out of the corner of my eye over there. I just want to take a little read of the room here about after lunch. My sense is that the groups that you all were in previously, the biggest thing is more work time to continue in those groups, probably. Is that true? Would you like to change the nature of those groups at all for right now, or continue on in those groups? Continue on in those groups. I'm seeing some nods. Continue on in those same groups. Okay, that seems like what we were kind of thinking, and awesome. And so let's come back here to the plenary right after lunch, but then we'll probably split off pretty soon after that. We'll reconvene and think about the flow here a little bit. And I also want to say, over lunch, you're very welcome to keep thinking, and keep working if you like. I'll just to pull back the rest of the day a little bit. We've got till around 2:20, 2:30, not a lot of time until that final vote is going to happen. So not only is this the point to, yes, we're going to continue working on these items that you've been working on in small groups to improve them, to try to include feedback and so forth, and keep working on them. But there may also be other items that haven't been captured, maybe smaller items that you still care about. So I just invite you to, if you do feel either even individually or in pairs, to improve any of the items that may be on the board to bring back into the report. That is also welcome. Thank you so much for your patience. Lunch arrived a little late. I'll say do you want to say something, Grace?
Oh, it's Mike right here.
Oh, Mike, go for it.
Correct. It is same menu as Fast Sundays at Gonzo's. So it's pretty a la carte. You can tailor it as needed. Yeah, things are pretty well labeled, I think. If you have questions, I think that's it.
Just a reminder, the lunch is for delegates and project staff. Thank you.
And if folks with particular dietary needs, we could, is that true? Go first here. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock. All right. Have a good lunch.
I hope you had a wonderful lunch. It was very good discussion beforehand, and you get to go back even into even more very good discussions. So we will be going back into these small groups. One of the things we didn't mention earlier is that if you would like to switch to another small group, that is absolutely okay. Right now, we don't care how many people are in each small group. So it's solely your choice. And when we get ready to break into them, I'll just say, you know, whoever wants to be in group one.
Just one quick bit of information. Yes.
Yeah.
So just something that we've all hearing that just want to clarify. So when you all come up with your recommendations to council, it doesn't have to be an all or nothing. So council can take a look at the list of your recommendations and choose some of them, choose all of them, choose none of them. But it doesn't have to be like, don't come up with your recommendations thinking that they need to agree with every single one of them. And then the other thing I just want to say as a reminder is I would really focus on what uses you all want to see on the site versus what organizations you're potentially partnering with. So just think about uses versus the actual which organization.
Thank you. Yes, so when it comes time to break into small groups, we'll just say whoever wants to go with group one, we'll have the mods stand up, raise their hand. Everybody can go out, and then we'll do the same with group two, group three, group four. Does that make sense? Yep. Cool. Okay. A couple things to keep in mind. So when you're working on these work items, we want to reiterate that the concepts, uses, and elements that you identified that you're working on consolidating or merging, those items will be eliminated from the voting. We will have a chance for people when we display the work items again and which concepts, uses, and elements they're addressing. If you see one that was yours and you think that was not addressed, I want to keep that, then we'll have time for that and that'll go back on the wall for supermajority voting. But the ones that we agree were addressed by the work items, those are off for voting, and the work item will take its place. Does that make sense? Any questions? Okay. And the other thing, so you're going to be going back and you're going to be focusing on bringing in the feedback that you heard from the plenary. But the other thing that's really important is to pay attention to the details and to the specifics. I think I heard a lot of things that were said that weren't necessarily written down. So when council reads these, they're not going to know the things that we know and we intended when we wrote these down. So be very explicit and write down as many details and specifications as you can.
Cool. And I'll mention that the items, I looked through the list here of items that are on the wall, and you all have, between the four groups, claimed or said that you are replacing about 3/4 of them or something like that. But that extra quarter of items will remain up there for folks to vote on. I suspect folks may not vote on them as much because you haven't claimed them and said that they're important, but they will still be there. Also note that, you can also still claim things to edit them between now and when we come back. And as far as I mentioned minority reports before, so here's how that's going to work. It's sort of seeing how things are filtering out here. There's some groups that are working on things that may not reach 3/4 support, and that's just fine. You feel they're important. If there's anything that a group is working on right now that doesn't reach 3/4 support, that will just go separately from the main report on a separate page as part of a minority report, just as simple as that. But only the items that you all are working on today will fall into that category. So any of these other items up here that came from a previous time, they won't naturally go on to a minority report because nobody's sort of claimed them again today to keep working on them. But if you've worked on anything today in small groups, it will end up on a report in some way. Does that make sense to everyone and seem fair? Okay, super. Anything else? Okay, all right. Group 1, Gathering Center. Who's the mod for Group 1? TMF. If Group 1 could get up and follow TMF, or whoever would like to join Group 1. This is a much calmer method, isn't it? Wow. Whoever thought of this? All right. Who's the mod for Group 2? Mod for Group 2. Yeah. Fantastic. Group 2. That is land use, mixed use. And incidentally, mixed use group will come up there in a moment. I know you have a lot of items. All right, mod for Group 3. Who's a mod for Group 3? Fantastic. Group 3, head out. And Group 3 is Indigenous. And Group 4, mod for Group 4 is Phil. Fantastic. All right, Group 4. So everybody, we'll be back here about 2.
I got all the papers in class, so.
Yeah, I mean, it was good enough, but all I can do is laugh.
We're going to start with group 4 this time, incidentally. Go backwards.
Group 4.
TMF, you were, just a sec, actually, sorry. False alarm. You were group 1, right? Is group 1 back? Okay, super.
Yes.
Lee, a couple folks. Okay, all right. Maybe let's wait just a moment. For breath. I'm on a breath and yeah, Alex.
Is this also the time where we focus on language that's used here?
Yes, this is the last ditch for everything. However, maybe I'll wait until everyone's back. I say it, almost everyone's back. Yes, so this is the last little bit before you vote, before we see what that final report looks like. And we have approximately half an hour-ish for this. So it's going to go very quickly. Yes, this is the last time for any kind of amendments to these, but the ask is please only things that are very important. And we'll be probably limiting discussion a little more than we did earlier today. This morning, you talked out quite a few, a couple of sort of big items at different points. So that's great. It sort of allowed for more time in small groups this afternoon. Yeah, anything else to say here before we jump in? Yeah, all right, good. Peter, question?
My impression, having gone between a couple of different groups, is there are some of the items like 4, I'll just say 4.3, I think it is, that might be the same as 2.1. I can't remember. But is this the time that we might try and merge those, or are we just going to vote on them separately? Or will the group decide there's enough consistency between merge them? Is this that?
Yeah, I think I might suggest that we save merges for the last here, just to kind of get through all the groups, make sure everything's on the table, and maybe determine, yes, if we do really need to merge, or if they can go up side by side and kind of, we could also decide to put them both up and kind of vote between them. That's another option too, that would be faster. So, but yes, all of that kind of has to happen now. So yeah, with that in mind, just get started. Group 4. Go for it.
Sure, I can start with group 4. So we are constructed facilities, and we did our best to make sure that no voice of constructed facilities was left behind. So you'll see some conflicting ideas here. But for one, this was a concept, and it was just to minimize light pollution. Big change from that one, we just added minimize. For 2, major use was no permanent buildings with, I guess, like a specification or exemption that restrooms and straight shade structures are exempt from that. For 3, another major use. So this would be a constructed wildlife rehab facility. So we focused on, again, the use, not the group here, as recommended by the city. So the constraints here were that we would prioritize the area where the current land is most degraded. So again, if you look at that frequently asked questions, they said that I think the eastern side, thank you, was the most expensive, like $300K each over 10 years. So we didn't want to include that specifically, but that's why that line is there. And that it should also include an educational component. For 4, another concept, and that would be an outdoor education facility. So this quote facility is more like a network of trails that includes free interpretive signage, and that signage gives information on the history and use of the land, native species, and restoration.
All right, super. Thanks very much. I think for this one, we're thinking we're going to go through all 4 groups based on what you mentioned about potential crossover, get the total of everything here in the room, and then jump in. All right, group 3.
I'll go ahead and do group 3. So we reworded 2 of ours and we added a minor use. So the first one, we reworded this. It's Indigenous groups should be consulted at each step of the development of the entire property. And then we just, under specifications, we included just examples of what that might be. So artifact collection before major construction, things like that. So they need to perform a ceremony over the site. Plant collection, rehabilitation, stewardship, and do formal tribal consultation on that. For point 2, major use, there was a lot of contention on how we word that with priority. So we did reword this one as well. And it did, I don't know if it necessarily changed it that much, but a portion of the site we set aside to educate and inform about the historical and cultural practices of Indigenous people. So outreach to Indigenous groups would better inform the site development. So calling out specifically what they want for educational purposes, how do they want to be able to present their culture and history. The goal of this would be the preservation and continuation of Indigenous cultural and historical practices. And then we added a minor element in point 3. Local Indigenous leaders should be consulted regarding the use and preservation of the Twin Cottonwoods tree site specifically. So one thing that was mentioned in one of our breakdown groups by Andre was that they had requested that the 18th Frisbee golf course hole be moved because that was like right by the trees. And he made it sound like the city had agreed to that. I don't know specifics on that or not, but that was just something that he had mentioned. So if that is possible, then just making sure that if that is a site that they say that specifically that they would like to be able to use and it is granted for that kind of use, that it is clear of anything else.
Thanks, Lee. Group 2.
I can go again. So same thing with our group. We tried to make sure every voice is represented. So some of these will probably sound like they conflict with each other. Also focusing on what the city said about major use versus specific groups that they could be working with. The first is a conservation cultural education center. And we just put some specifications in there about that center and its construction and that kind of a deal. The next one is a concept which was just Indigenous use of the property. So opportunities for leasing and permitted when appropriate. And we wanted to make sure the cottonwood trees were included somewhere. So we left it as a note there that they are important to the community. The next is another, this is the concept of multi-use. So the concept that multiple things can be out on the property. So we put a combination of, any combination of all of the different things we've discussed. A bike park, open spaces, natural areas, trails, education and conservation features. Our next one, a major use, the bike park on a portion of the property. And we put a note in there to take advantage of the natural topography when possible and daylight use only. We didn't want to detail where things should be located on the site since the city has the experts that will know how to lay that all out. The next major use is designating a portion of the site as a natural area to include connecting trails to Maxwell and Pine Ridge areas. 2.6 is another major use. And that was a space on the property, pavilions, gardens, places that people could reserve, permit for meetings, events, celebrations. Um, 2.7 was about how structures would be built on the property. So again, the city will consult with land use experts, planners, architects to design the buildings. 2.8 is a minor element, which is just multi-use trails on the property. So everybody can use those for a variety of activities. This next one is a major use, and it is designating the entire site as a natural area. So it's a single use natural area that would be managed by the Natural Areas Department. And then I guess number 10 is a concept. So restorative natural habitat features. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Group 1.
We made some changes just with like fixing some verbiage. So for 1.1, we did add wildlife hospital facility instead of just hospital facility. We also just added a little bit more detail to the specifications on 1.1. For 1.2, we just said that the kind of just some more like formatting. We just kind of changed the verbiage, but the overall idea is still the same. We want to minimize the lighting impact. Then we did add something for 1.3. We added a more of like a gathering space or a outdoor meeting space. And in our specifications, we wanted to make it clear that this would be a very minimal infrastructure facility. Ideally, little, if anything, would be installed, but it would just be a specific place that can be permitted out for groups to use.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, let's open it up with thoughts. Now's the time to jump in with things you noticed in other groups, things that feel important to deal with before a vote. And we've got Alex here.
Just continue my theme of being a wet blanket. Go ahead.
Sorry to. You'll get your wet blanket time in just a sec. You're getting we're handing around a handout. This is just a printout of an email that came in from Colin G, sharing some of his thoughts because he is under the weather and unable to be here today. Yeah, everybody's getting a copy of that. I'll come around to the other side and some extra copies. And go ahead, Al.
Yeah, it was just something that was brought up to me yesterday by a member of the city's natural areas department. Is just that those cottonwoods were classified as like mature cottonwoods, which I believe means that they could potentially be close to end of life. I'm not a expert, but what I'm getting at is I don't know if the language should include cottonwoods for whatever we use, but just a thought.
Does the group that use that want to respond? Do you have a friendly? I guess your friendly amendment is just to remove cottonwood from that group, from that item.
Yeah, like maybe just call it like significant area or area of importance or something, because I just don't want it to get mixed up if this takes a long time and then all of a sudden like there's new or no cottonwoods or something like that. I don't know if that sounds logical, but just thought I'd mention it.
For group 2, which group?
Which group was that on? Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. Sorry.
For indigenous use, we noted that because it was mentioned by one of the indigenous voices that they would have preference for being near, or I don't know if it would be near or in their sightline somewhere, but I don't know if trees can be moved or replanted and how that would work. But I'm in agreement. Maybe it would have more voting sway if we maybe made that a minor detail separate from indigenous use.
Separate from indigenous use in this one. Is that a proposal for? What's that a proposal for?
Group 2 or
Anybody
anyone else,
jump
like
in on that
a minor
solution there?
detail could be for cottonwood trees for indigenous use. as a separate thing to vote on?
Seeing Christine.
Yeah, I think if it's a minor element, then like they did mention, the indigenous group did mention that cottonwood trees are very sacred. So if we put it as a minor element, we could protect the trees if possible, but if they come down, there's like they die and fall over, we can't do anything about that. But if we could, I don't know. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Jacob, let's go to you.
Group 3.3 addresses this directly as a minor element.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Ooh. Oh, there it is right there. Preservation of cottonwood trees. All right. Maybe proposal, Christine, or group 2. Seems like there's sort of a proposal on the table that maybe group 3 has thought of. Does that mean that we should remove cottonwood trees from this element here?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Done and done. Fantastic. Other things that folks are noticing. You mentioned duplicates before. We may have, Alex, are you still on stack? Oh, no. Okay.
But they went by. They went by fast enough, I'm not sure. But there were, I think, 2 major elements for an outdoor gathering. And one was,
let's see,
for not in 2.
Not in 2, okay. Salted. Yeah.
So I think it was
I think one of them
4 and 1.
4 and 1, okay. Tell me when you see
so
it here.
there's this one.
This one, 4-4, okay.
Well, no, that's
Nope.
outdoor education.
Different.
I'm sorry, it's not 4.
Okay, all right, no worries.
Let's try 1.
Outdoor meeting space, was it this one, 1-3?
Yeah, so there's that one, and then
Okay.
it was in multi-use. Is that 2?
To use 2.
And I don't
Anybody?
know which one's worded better. I don't really care. I just,
Okay.
yeah.
Does anybody know which one that was in group 2?
Down a little
Christy?
further.
It's towards the end of group
Toward
2.
the end,
Mhm.
okay.
And
2-6.
there we go. I don't know
Is
if
that it?
everybody in group 2 feels like, I feel confident that it's represented in the other one, so ours could be merged or deleted.
Sure. So this one says community spaces, fields, pavilions, gardens to hold meetings, events, and celebrations. Large amount of space and buffering. And was it group 1? No. Yeah.
Yeah, it was group 1.
There we go. Okay. Creation and use of outdoor meeting space. The use only, etc. I could bring the text over from the other one altogether if you want to look at it next to each other.
Sounds good.
Okay. See my copy paste skills here, if they're up to snuff or not. Whew. Okay, there's the one piece. I'm just going to bring over both pieces and you can decide whether you want to keep it or not. We're into the fun big group editing portion of the program here today. All right, there's both pieces together. Olive.
Can we take the text of the like group 1 and then instead of meeting space, just community space? Well, that way it still encompasses like the rest of the uses, and then just like merge them, like get rid of the one on group 2. And I'm group 2, so I can say that.
Yeah. So you're suggesting community space and then delete the rest of this line here, right? That was language from group 2. So you're saying that's okay. Group 2, how do you feel about getting rid of this that's highlighted here now?
Do we want to move the fields, pavilions, gardens down into the like potential specifications, knowing that this space could look like a field or a pavilion?
Okay.
I don't have a strong opinion one way or another. Just want to make sure every perspective is represented.
Okay, suggestion there to move this down. Objection to that from either group?
I
Lucy?
think leaving it broad is better, but maybe other people might disagree. And please do. But
if someone might not want a field or pavilion, but they want a community space, for instance, or a garden, and I don't think we're in charge of designating where within the outdoor community spaces that would be, or what that would look like, how many.
I'll go Olive here.
Can we put it under for example?
For example.
Yeah.
For example, might that satisfy Alex? Do you want to jump in?
My question was basically going to be exactly that. Is that typical? Like, is this going to read exactly how the council sees it? And would it be typical for them to see examples?
I don't know.
Can we make it a separate minor detail? Sorry.
Sorry, the reason we put in the examples was we didn't know if they'd get our intent, just by the first part. So we thought, well, if we do a couple examples, then they'll probably have a better idea of kind of what we meant by an outdoor community space. So I don't know, that was just our thought process.
But just to clarify your question too, Alex, this is the wording that's going to go in the final recommendations that goes to council.
Oh yeah, that's true. Christine.
I do like the idea of leaving it broad so that several different things. I do wonder if having examples of what those spaces could look like gives ideas without limiting to these specific things. It doesn't mean it has to be these, it just means it could be these things.
Okay. I'm seeing some nods. Lucy, you spoke up about that before. Seeing a nod. Does that seem like an acceptable compromise here? Okay.
All right. So yeah, we're voting for adding that to the EG or the for example part.
Down here, and just add a for example down here.
No,
There's already for example.
Oh, there already is. Look at that.
That's what you meant, including it after the existing.
Added in
for
there.
example. Yeah.
Okay, can do. Just like this. I'll make them all commas if that feels all right. Former copy editor, sorry.
So I missed the celebrations, etc. There was a comma there.
Commas here. Commas. Okay, does that look right and like what folks were expecting? Colin.
I was going to make the suggestion instead of, for example, we could say including but not limited to.
Friendly amendment including but not limited to. Saying nods. Any objection, Peter?
Including to me would imply it would have to have those things. Whereas, for example, says here's some ideas that we thought. But again, I may be wordsmithing too much.
Actually, Lucy seemed like she wanted to get a word in too, but yeah, quick.
Well, I think he's right.
Okay. Amendment retracted. Cool. Any other last ditch things on this one? Good. All right. Let's see. Lucy, is your table 10 up from before? No worries.
I had
go ahead.
Just a thought. I was in group 2, and on group 2's multi-use item, they had keep or move the disc golf, not dog, disc golf and sledding features. But my thought is that those are kind of niche residential features that maybe might warrant their own line item to vote on. I just didn't want to sway people from not voting for a multi-use feature that could include those. Maybe it could warrant being something separate, since that is kind of a more niche group.
Is this the right one, Lucy? Okay. And state your suggested amendment again.
Remove consider keeping or moving the sledding and disc golf features and making that a minor detail for a separate multi-use.
Separate, make that a minor element. Just break that off into a new minor element. Group 2, say some nods. Okay, anybody object to that? All right. Will do. Give me a second.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, this is fun.
While Lynn is getting that into a new minor element, anyone have anything else? I know Peter mentioned potential merging. I think we're Any other kind of thoughts or comments?
I wish I remembered the group numbers better, but I think there's Alex, what was our group? 4? So I think there's an item in 4, which is also in, what was our group? 1.
That was about what?
The one above. So 4.3.
4.3.
Yeah,
Okay.
4.3 is a somewhat duplicate of 1.
Okay.
Sorry.
Constructed wildlife rehab facility here, and 1.
Right there.
1
No,
1.
sorry, up. Yeah, 1 1.
Okay.
Right. And there's, they're not exactly the same, but so I'd consider that merge or
Okay.
bring it up for discussion.
Do you have a suggestion for an amendment how that merge would work? So this one, well, I won't read it, but
Well, Alex, are you okay with this covering our other one?
suggestion. This
Yeah,
cover.
the question was, is group 4 okay with 1 covering ours completely? And it seems good to me. I don't know. Sky, did you have an opinion? Looks good.
I would kind of agree. It covers like most of what we were touching on or trying to touch on with that.
Okay, I'll flip back over here just to be sure. So I'm just going to delete this one here unless any objections.
Oh.
This guy.
So I like the prioritize.
Okay. I think that maybe it's out of battery.
I like
All right,
the
there we go.
prioritized area where current land is most degraded. I think the city will get that just from a planning, but that might be a good constraint to add to 1, whatever.
1 1, yeah.
1 1.
I agree, and that's what I was going to mention as well. Of just having the city consider where the land's most degraded to be able to like save money and put it and like include that in their thought process for when they decide where to place any facility.
Also, in group 1, any objections to adding this to your 1 1? Seeing a thumbs up. No objections. All right, adding and deleting. Delete. Add. Make sure I do it right. Down here. Let's add it to the end here. Is that as expected? Okay. All right. Fantastic. I'm going to suggest anybody who hasn't spoken up in the previous discussion, if no, this is all very business, but I sense we may be getting perhaps toward the end of business, and I just want to make sure that anybody that wasn't involved in the discussions earlier in the day and would like to speak toward anything before we move toward voting, have an opportunity.
And I would just add that this is a good time to sort of make a last pitch for something that you feel really strongly about. This is a chance to say your piece.
Per, go for it.
I think that a lot of these ideas make sense, but I'm concerned that this is kind of a knee-jerk reaction that every piece of vacant land has to have a building on it. And I don't know, are we voting on in all of these items? And if they don't coincide with how I feel, then I vote against it. Is that what we're thinking here?
That's right.
So there would be very little here if I'm in favor of, well, anything here that doesn't coincide with the majority here, that would be my vote. I mean, it seems kind of odd, but so it is. Okay.
So it is. Yeah. The idea is to get as much agreement as possible, but not force 100%. No one's required to go any which way. And I would encourage you to think about the items as you're voting that you feel you may want to put your support behind more than others, and where you want to make your stand elsewhere. But yes, absolutely vote how you feel. And as I mentioned before, the items that don't get 75% support will still end up, they just will be dropped down. Sky, did you want to jump in?
Yeah. So I noticed also a lot of these are conflicting things. Like for example, in group 4, one of our things is no constructed buildings because we wanted to represent like that viewpoint and stuff. Are we gonna have a chance to like vote again or something or reconcile that if that is voted on with a majority as well as something that has a constructed building in it?
I wish. Yes, usually often we would do 2 rounds of voting at this stage, but we're sort of hoping that the previous round yesterday kind of helped to serve as a first round kind of straw poll is how folks are thinking. And then now today some reworking, hoping to build agreement throughout the day, but who knows what will happen when you all vote. And yeah, this is not the end of the road, as folks from the city have pointed out by any means.
Any other thoughts, things that you remembered from we can scroll through the other ideas. Colin,
You mentioned that there's an opportunity to do one final pitch, right? Broken record, guys. Bike park. I even brought the helmet that saved my wife's life. If anybody wants to see that. Bike park. It's a safe place for people to build their skills and they don't end up like my wife did. I can't stress that enough. Emergency services are right here. Something happens, people are safe. Thanks for hearing me out again.
Thanks, and I'll say final pitch from anybody else, even people who have spoken up before, as long as it's short here, because we'll try to get to voting soon. Per?
Yeah, I understand, but I have no evidence of it. That city leadership has identified other sites for a bike park. So this isn't the only site that might be available for that purpose.
To add to that as well, yeah, the bike feasibility report is coming out soon, so city will have a chance to like do that as well. It also could be worth considering. I don't know. There's not too many proposals for bike park in all of this stuff that we're going to be voting on. It could be worth considering that the Hughes land doesn't have to be used for a community level bike park. It could be used for just other smaller trails and features as well. And then a community park could go somewhere else as well.
Olive?
I think something that set this site apart from other like possible locations is that the city owns this one. And I think that might be the only parcel that the city owns that is feasible for it. So not that it's not voting on it would limit its existence in the future, but I think within the near future, yes.
Peter, did you want to get in? We have you on the stack, but you put your table type down, and then.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that when I asked about the feasibility study, they agreed they don't own any of the other sites, and it's been quite a while that there's been kind of community groundswell for a bike park. So this would be an opportunity to get it done sometime in the decade.
Thanks. We have 2 people left in the stack, and I think we may have time for one more after that. So Lucy?
I just wanted to thank everyone for their time. I really enjoyed connecting with everybody across the weekends and hearing from different perspectives. I have been trying not to be a broken record. I am in support of a portion of the site becoming a bike park to keep, like Colin has said, people who are developing skills safe. And if it were a swimming pool or a basketball court or some other kind of amenity that might be not as emotionally charged or contentious, that I also don't have, I'm not a biker. I'm also not a swimmer or a basketball player. Just taking into account what we have heard overwhelming and past support for, that we're representing those voices here as well with these votes. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Alex. And then we'll go to Colin R for the last word.
Yeah, I do not understand exactly how the process works with like voting and the city council and everything. Just like, obviously I know what you guys have told me, but does it make sense to have, so I think Sky, you mentioned that there isn't a proposal that specifically mentions like the park or something like that. It's tied into multi-use. Does it make sense to break out, and maybe it already is, sorry, I can't remember, but does it make sense to break out bike park for a portion of the site as its own specific? It is already?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
on there.
cool.
Sorry.
Thanks. Never mind.
Colin R.
In addition to being the only property that the city owns, it's also preferable for its natural topography. That's the other reason why they want this park installed at this particular site.
Thanks for that, Colin. I think we're going to head into a break and we're going to get these revised ideas up on the wall over here with some voting sheets. You can see the previous ideas these were things that were not work items. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've got a couple things to say about the setup, but maybe let's do that after we
the
come
break?
back after
Yeah.
break.
Great.
Does that seem right?
And then we'll be
Okay.
voting.
Hey.
Yay.
All right.
Okay.
Congrats, everybody, on all the hard work so far.
Let's be back at 3:02.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So close. Just to check, does everybody have a voting marker around? Just make sure there's one near you. Great. No, if you don't have one.
Just a reminder to the gallery and folks in the back of the room, please quiet down. Thank you.
All right. Well, this is close to the final piece here of the project, at least this part of the project. As they're finishing putting the items up there, I'd like to just say a couple things about the voting here. So, as you can see, these are the items that you've been working on all day in small groups over here. These are items that nobody claimed as being replaced by small group items. Now, clearly you've worked on these ones a lot more, put in some serious, at least perhaps brain sweat on these. and these have not been worked on. However, we kept them up here because we try not to lose things over time. And so you can vote on everything. And if anything makes a supermajority, it will be in the report. If these don't, they will still end up in the minority report. These won't because no one claimed them today. So that's kind of the way this works. You can also choose not to vote on things. You can bypass, say, hey, we looked at all these in depth. I know what's up there. And I don't care about any of them. That will essentially count as a no vote. Peter, did you have a question?
I guess I could go flip the sheet, but so are the voting sheets under these items blank at this point, or are they? Okay, great. Thank you. That makes sense.
Yep, all blank, all over again. And they're the same voting sheets that you've used all the way up until this point. As you know, the strongly agree and the somewhat agree will be combined. And if those combined is 75%, then it'll make it into the final report. I would say you've worked exceptionally hard to get to this point. And this is not a vote about the perfect wording or even the exact perfect idea. It is a vote about whether you generally think this is something that City Council should see. And you can use the somewhat agree instead of the strongly agree if you feel less strongly about that. And not in the report today, but in a future report, we'll reflect that detail so folks can tell, hey, there weren't that many strongly agrees on this. But yeah, that's my appeal on voting. You all have worked so hard, and I hope that it shows how much you've worked together to try to find an agreement in as many places as possible. But as to Pear's question before, always vote your conscience. Peter.
So I'm causing problems having a stats background. So let's say there are 20 delegates. I know there's not exactly right now. Does that mean it's 75% of 60? Because that would be the strongly agree is 2 points and the agree is 1 point.
Oh, I'm sorry. The 75% is counting the number of humans, not the points. The points we've been using to this point to prioritize, but now it's sort of one person, 1 point per person. Yeah, exactly. 1 person per vote. And sorry, that's out of 19 voting today. Yeah, so 70% or more out of 19.
75%.
75. Yeah.
But that would be
75.
it would be 15 out of 19. 14 out of 19 doesn't quite. It's like 74%. So.
Ooh, so close. Awesome. Any other thoughts before this final push? And I'll say, just to preview what's coming up, you'll do the vote and then come back to the table, or it'll be obviously a little bit of back and forth while other people are voting, if we can kind of keep it quiet in the room through that time so folks can think. And then from there, Lauren and Justin will take it away while I'm back in the hole doing some computer things, and do some closing items. And yeah. Anything else? Okay. Oh, Liz, please. Oh, grab the mic if you would.
But you'll give the results.
Yes. The results will come after all of that closing stuff, basically. And then you'll all get a printout of the report, and you will, well, whoever volunteers will read pieces of it sort of officially to the public. You'll also do the same thing in a few weeks to City Council, but that'll kind of end the day today. But yes, you'll get it today.
I'll also add that we have a member of council here today, as well as City Manager Kelly DiMartino and other city staff in the room who are here to hear your reading of the final report this afternoon, in addition to the reading that'll happen in council work session.
Okay, cool. Any other questions? Thoughts? Okay, vote away.
Everybody, we got there. We got to the end of the. Now Lynn is going to come out and take these down and then go disappear back into the hole over here and start tallying the votes, and we'll get the final results pretty soon. In the meantime, we have a few things, some business to go through and some wrap up kind of things, but I think it's important that we just took a moment to recognize that. That's getting to this part is really great. So I mentioned this while some of you were still voting. We handed out a little half sheet of paper that is you, if you wish, giving us permission to share your contact information. And there are two options. You could select either one of those, or both, or neither of those, as you see fit. But essentially, it's sharing your contact information with your fellow delegates in case some of you wanted to organize some post-assembly work on your own, as well as sharing with the city government. And we're going to have Rupa come up in just a minute and talk a little bit about what that looks like. But essentially, the couple of things are that we've talked already about the council work session coming up on May 27th. So what we'd be looking for would be some volunteers to work with the city staff, so that Rupa and her colleagues at the city have offered to be helpful with this in helping you kind of prepare for that council work session and presenting the results of the assembly there. So we're looking for volunteers who would want to help with that. So I don't know if folks have thoughts there, or if anybody wants to ask any questions about that, what that might entail, or if people would be willing to volunteer already. I know that Colin G was under the weather, but in his email volunteered to be involved in that. Oh. I swear I had 20 copies of those. Oh well, maybe. Yeah.
Jacob, did I see you raise your hand?
Jacob, you offered to volunteer? Yeah. Okay. Colin R. And Colin, did you have a question too, or were you just volunteering?
That was me raising my hand.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah. And then Mike, Liv, Sky, over on this side. Keep your hands up for a second. Do you have a question, Peter, before we, okay, let's count these votes and then we'll get Peter's question real quick. Okay, Lucy, Leighton, Olive, Benjamin. Anybody else on this side that I missed? No. Krista, Peter. Let's go. Peter's question and then Krista.
How many people do you need?
Well, as many of you as want to go to the council work session would be up to you. It would be great. Rupa, yep, yeah.
The more the merrier, I think.
Yes, the more the merrier. And I would probably recommend people actually sitting at the table, because it'll be about a 20-minute presentation plus questions and answers from council.
But certainly the rest of you who have volunteered to go to the work session, you could decide amongst yourselves maybe who would take the lead on presenting, and then the rest of you could be in the audience and answer questions. Let's go Olive and then Alex. Or sorry, Alex and then Olive, I think. Yeah.
I did have a
Oh, Krista, did you have a question too?
question, yes.
Okay,
It
Krista,
was,
then
is there
Alex,
an
then
online
Olive.
component to this? Because I'm going to be out of town, but able to call in.
Yeah, you can participate.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Alex and then Olive.
My question is, what does this entail?
Excellent question.
So essentially, from the city perspective, we'll probably do a really quick overview of the entire process and where we are at this point. But then you would be giving your recommendations to council, and then answering the questions that.
So Alex, is that a yes?
Yeah, you can sign me up.
Great. Olive, you have a question?
Yeah, so what's the time commitment and when is that?
It's May 27th, so we would need to get the really quickly. But city staff can help you do that. We have a template of that. And then the time commitment would be to come to the May 27th work session at 6 p.m. And it's a 20-minute presentation and then questions and answers. See if we can get you slotted in first.
Olive, was that Were you volunteering, or do you need to think about it?
Does that include like time like before, like with the delegates preparing for it, or what? When is that? Just like on the 27th, or?
I mean, I think the presentation would probably be prepared before the 27th.
Yeah, it would have to be prepared before the 27th. And it sounds like the recommendations will have that tabulation sheet. Like, it's not like they're coming up with recommendations, but template and whatever else you all want to talk through it yourselves. So it would probably be, I would say, at least one with whoever wants to present. To coordinate amongst yourselves.
Lee, you have a question or thought?
If it's at 6, I have to withdraw my volunteer.
Oh, no. Okay, can I read back the names that I have to make sure I got everybody? So Colin G, Jacob, Colin R, Mike, Liv, Sky, Lucy, sadly not Lee, Olive, Benjamin, Krista, and Alex.
Can't do Olive.
No Olive. Okay. Oh, Peter, thank you.
Just I'm a late arrival.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then the city staff can help you guys decide maybe if 3 or 4 people want to sort of be leading the presentation from the front, and others maybe be in the gallery. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Would that be?
there's one other opportunity too. If anyone's interested. Can I say that?
Yeah, go ahead.
The other piece of it too is, so the city has 23 or 26 boards and commissions, and a lot of times when there's a policy recommendation, council will ask staff, what did boards and commissions think? So there is an opportunity for us to host a super issues meeting. So that would be with all of the boards and commissions, where some of the delegates would present their recommendations to that super issues meeting and get their feedback on it as well.
Yeah, and I would add, this was the kind of the second part after the council work session. The thing that I was going to mention is that it's okay. This is good. This is one of the ways that you all could be involved in the kind of policymaking process moving forward after the Civic Assembly. So even if you're not sure if you can participate in that kind of work now, but you are interested and want to be considered for that, the way to do that would be for us to be able to share your contact information with the city, so that sheet that we handed out, the city can be in touch with you and say, hey, here's a thing that's coming up. This meeting with the boards and commissions, it hasn't been scheduled yet or anything like that. But there are also opportunities if you wanted to organize things like work to tell the community more about the Civic Assembly process through whatever form you decide, or work on kind of having a it's sometimes called like policy impact, like a policy impact subcommittee or a policy impact group, basically trying to kind of ensure that there's policy change that comes out of the recommendations. Question or comment from you, Hediya?
So do they have a place, just if we're not representing our group, but just to sit in the audience and still be there? And if they had another question that they wanted to ask, we would be there as a delegate, but not necessarily presenting.
For the May 27th work session? Yes. So council work sessions, council meetings are open to the public. It'd be awesome to just come support fellow delegates.
And could the people in the audience answer questions as well, or would that be just the 4 at the table?
If it's something where one of you really feels strongly about it, we can call you up front. But we just have to be mindful of the time.
So before we kind of finalize that, I did want to open up some space for like really brief discussion. If people have ideas of, in addition to coming to the council work session, there were several people who volunteered, wanted to come to that. Is there interest in doing more of kind of those post-assembly, like post-civic assembly, like activities, ideas that you all may have? I wanted to open up some space for that before we move on to their bit of closing business.
One option we've also heard too is not anything policy oriented, but some type of delegate engagement to keep social activities going, or get-togethers. Some people would like to take the lead on that as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Lucy.
Are there going to be, I know we take a survey at the end of every day, but to close the loop or to provide input for future civic assemblies or delegate groups that get together across the nation or in the state, are there going to be best practices and lessons learned that we can offer from our experience during these
That's a great question,
weekends?
Lucy. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did you? Katie Noblock from CSU's Center for Public Deliberation is going to come up and do the assembly survey, which will be a little bit longer than the end of day survey that you've been doing. It's basically another page of some questions about sort of how the whole process went for you. And she's also going to talk a little bit about some follow-up research that she's going to be doing, where she'd like to do interviews with you all over the next few months about your experiences and hopefully generate some of those ideas for best practices. So great question. Thank you.
And as a side note, Healthy Democracy is occasionally looking for board members, and we love to have people who have been delegates before or moderators before on our board.
There's also sometimes speaking opportunities or opportunities to be interviewed on the radio or for the media. So that's another thing that is, possible after the fact, is that we would invite you to speak to your experience at some point.
And in case I didn't say this, May 27th work session is also available online and it is recorded.
Oh, great. Okay, any last thoughts before we move on? We're now going to kind of have some space for you all to just reflect on your experiences, and I think Lauren's going to lead us through that.
Just kidding. In a minute.
Oh.
Just some basic housekeeping things first. Before we do leave today, we have extra food. Please take it home with you. You are welcome to it. Also, if you would like to take any of the sticky notes or your idea sheets or your concepts as mementos or anything like that, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we recycle them. We have them all documented online, but we do recycle the papers. And then we had a request for a group photo for everybody. So before everybody leaves today, we will probably, after the recommendations are presented, we will probably shuffle you out to the front. And if you did not agree to have your photo taken, you can either not be in the photo or be in the photo and we can blur out your face. But stick around once the recommendations are read because everybody should be there. And now, let me check the time. Okay, yeah, so this is the time for reflections. And this is personally my favorite part of an assembly. And maybe this is the last time that you will all be in a room together. And so we would love to hear from each of you, or as many of you are comfortable, what this experience was like for you, what it meant to you, what you might take forward into your life. And if we have time for that, the staff will join in as well. But it's just a brief moment of reflection on the experience and what resonated with you and what it meant to you. So we'll probably go around the group. You're welcome to pass. But would anybody like to start us off?
I just wanted to say how thankful I am that even though in some areas we did disagree, it was all incredibly respectful. One thing I definitely want to say is regardless of what the final recommendation is, I think that everybody in this delegation cares about Fort Collins. We all are united in wanting nothing but the best for our city. So I just wanted to thank everybody for making this such a respectful space.
And if it's okay, we'll just go down around the.
Yeah, I not only echo that sentiment, but I'm very grateful that as the process and the weekends progressed, we got a little bit more comfortable with sharing ideas, experiences, learning how to, not that we needed to, but respectfully dissent. And we were all just very considerate of one another's lived experience.
I enjoyed working with all of you, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this, especially as someone who's a relatively new member of the Fort Collins community. It was really nice to get to know, especially people who've been here a lot longer than I have, and to see how much love and commitment there is to this city. It's very inspiring.
I guess I can go ahead and say the exact same thing that you guys have said too. I really enjoyed getting to know all of you guys and working with you. I think there isn't a person in this room that I probably would have met outside of this, and so this is an incredibly diverse group of people that I'm very, very privileged to spend two weekends with. And something that I thought was really fun at lunch today, and we were, I think, halfway joking, but somebody mentioned that we should get a picture at a groundbreaking ceremony with our hard hats on and shovels. I just think things like that would be really fun to be able to commemorate this whole thing. But honestly, I think that was a really good idea, and I don't remember which one of you actually said that. But the other part of it too is this whole process has kind of kickstarted in me personally just a desire to be more involved in my city and more involved in decision-making processes. And I am very, very grateful to be able to be a part of this.
I'm going to echo also what everyone else said, but yeah, it's really refreshing. Social media would have us believing that we can't coexist in the same room together. But it's really refreshing to hear opinions that don't agree with mine or don't necessarily go along with what I believe in, and hearing all of those opinions backed up with like great facts and personal experiences. It's just, again, really refreshing to hear that. And we really all do have the same best interest in mind. We just show it different ways.
Echo. And also, I have to admit that when I first started, I was hesitant to believe that we were actually going to be at this point right now where we would come to, a list of solutions or, idea recommendations for the city. And that speaks to, being able to do that speaks to healthy democracy. I learned so much from you guys. The process was streamlined and your procedures were down, and I enjoyed that. So thank you. And then thank you to everybody who I've served with on this assembly, and to all the presenters too for sharing their love for the city. So.
So I appreciate basically everyone putting up with me talking too much. And I think it is awesome to see that we can have different opinions and respect each other enough to listen to what the other people say and think about it, and then have that potentially change our opinions. I think it's awesome. And I'm also just really impressed. I continue to be impressed with how good Fort Collins city staff are. So happy to be involved. Thanks.
Thank you again to my fellow delegates for all of your time and experiences and input. Thank you to the organizers, the city, and Healthy Democracy for keeping us on task. Thank you to council for putting this group forth to help represent the entire city's collective desires and opinions. Thank you to my mom for watching my kid this weekend, and my husband for letting me allowing me to participate, elevating me. Thank you. Very grateful.
I just want to say thank you to you all for giving up your time and coming here. This experience has been really reassuring to me to see all the incredible people and incredible city we live in, that we were all able to come together and come to a verdict. So yeah, just thankful for that.
I'm very grateful as well. I've lived in Fort Collins for 3 short years now, and while I've done everything I can to read up on ballot issues and vote, I've never wanted to be as civically engaged as I want to right now after this experience. So I'm very grateful.
I'm also really grateful to Healthy Democracy for this opportunity. It's been a very unique experience for me. As someone who was born and raised in Fort Collins, I've never actually witnessed anything like this. So it was surprising, and I never thought I would take part in anything like this. So I really appreciate having been here. Thank you.
I didn't grow up in Fort Collins. I lived here 5 years. And it's so clear that this is my forever home. And being able to have a say in something so important has really filled me with a sense of pride. You know, I own a home here. I own and operate a business here. And I'm certain that whatever happens up there is going to help us all as citizens. I didn't even know about Hughes before this. And I've been there several times, mostly because it makes me proud. And I live out west, and in order to come downtown, I have to drive this way. And I see that weather allowing. And that's my sight because of you guys. And the honor and respect that I witnessed in this experience strengthens my hope for us as a group, as a city. So I am so honored and humbled. Thank you for this experience. And I also want to commend Healthy Democracy for pulling off a wicked cooperation. You guys are rad. So thank you too.
I want to say thank you to Healthy Democracy and to the Fort Collins staff. It was wonderful to be here and ask a question and get an answer. That was very rewarding for me. I've lived in Fort Collins for 25 years now. I came here when I was 5. But I am amazed that how much I've learned about this city in 2 weekends that I didn't learn in 25 years. I think it makes, as my wife and I talk about it, why this is our home. And I'm proud to be a person that lives in Fort Collins. And I was proud to meet a very diverse group of people who I'll never forget. And thank you.
You guys were fine. Just kidding. Like everybody said, a big thank you to all of the delegates who spent their time here on the weekends, but also to those of you who did research outside of the weekends and gathered information. Thank you so much for all of that. Big thank you to everybody who expressed maybe a dissenting or a more minority opinion. I think the whole group was made better by hearing all voices in everything. So really grateful for the opportunity. Thank you to the city of Fort Collins. Thank you to Healthy Democracy.
Well, there's nothing I'm going to say that hasn't been covered, but what a wonderful group and what a wonderful opportunity that I get to participate. It makes you love Fort Collins even more to see the passion come from everybody in this room, whether you're in the gallery or being a delegate. That's pretty special. If you could bottle that, it's magic. But just everybody did a fantastic job. I thought there'd be some more contentious stuff, and people were so respectful. And it does show that people care and can behave. It's not like a reality TV show. So I'm just thankful to be here and to meet all of you, because I would have never probably met you any other way. So thank you.
I just want to say thank you to Healthy Democracy staff and city staff, as well as the CSU Center for Public Deliberation and all of the work you guys have done to pull this off. I was looking around the room earlier today and just reflecting on how proud I am to be part of this with people who are so respectful and considerate of views they may not be completely in favor of, but I've heard from a lot of people that they came away with, they came in being maybe against a certain thing, and then were open to having their minds changed. And I think that's really wonderful. That shows the process is working. So thank you all for being here.
Same kind of thing. Thank you very much, everyone. You've all been very polite, very genuinely sweet people. It's nice meeting you. I'm still feeling underqualified to offer my opinion on any of this stuff, but if I'm qualified to do anything, it's to at least make every voice heard and been exposed to. So thanks a lot.
I've enjoyed working with all the delegates, and also the conversation, the general conversation has been fun and interesting. I also appreciate Healthy Democracy for making this a smooth function. Thanks.
I don't have a ton to add. Everyone's kind of covered everything, but super thankful. It was nice getting to meet all of you a little bit. Super thankful for all the staff. I feel like the process itself has great bones, great structure. Might need some tweaking on like a couple of things, but overall, a lot of fun. And yeah, had fun this weekend, feeling inspired to continue civic engagement in the future.
Thank you, everybody. I think for the sake of time, we probably won't be able to hear from staff, but I will just, you can hear I'm a little bit teary right now. I'll wrap it up by saying I do this work because I really believe in people, and it's been such a pleasure to see each of you come in with your unique perspectives and styles and communication styles, and you were chosen randomly, but also specifically because of your differences. And I've seen multiple groups of random people come together and have these moments of respect and polite disagreement. And so the way I see it is that if you can do it here with a bunch of strangers who are so different from you, then you can do it out in the rest of the world as well. And I hope you carry that with you in this new inspiration for civic engagement. I think this is just the very beginning.
Thank you, Lauren. I just wanted to add, thank you all for your comments and your reflections. It's really powerful stuff. It's really great to hear. And thank you for all of the thanks to us at Healthy Democracy. And I just wanted to note that when you say thank you to Healthy Democracy for making this happen, it really isn't just Healthy Democracy. It's also all of our partner organizations that I want to thank, including the amazing, amazing city staff and elected officials with the city of Fort Collins, Rupa, and all of the folks from the city side. Great job. Laura Wood from Local Policy Lab and her colleagues at Local Policy Lab. Ramin Sarabi from American Public Trust. Who am I forgetting? Oh, CSU's Center for Public Deliberation, Katie and Martine, and all of our great moderators. And Ansel Hers, who is our communications person, who is here from FIDE North America. I can tell you more of what that stands for later if you're interested. And Phil Lindsay from Bard College. Bard College in New York has a great program in deliberation, and Phil has been here as one of our moderators. And we just couldn't have done this without the the help of all of these passionate project partners. So we thank you so much. And with that, I'm now going to ask Katie to pull it together and get up here. Like, Katie, like the rest of us at the front of the room, was getting a little choked up, I think, when you guys were sharing your reflections, because it's very meaningful stuff, you know. So, but Katie's going to do our end of process surveys, and I think say something briefly about her follow-up research.
Hello. Okay. So we've got one more end of day survey. Like Justin noted, this one's a little bit longer. Same rules still apply. Still no responses are confidential. We won't be reporting any of your names to anybody. Thank you so much for filling these out this whole time. It really does help us improve this process, and it helps us improve processes that are happening all across the country and all across the world. There's a whole network of people doing this work. And so your feedback really does go out to all those folks, and we take it into consideration as we design these processes here and elsewhere. So thank you for that. So I'm going to pass this out first. And then while I'm passing this out, I'm actually going to recruit you into yet another research project. Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right, and I am going to read this to you because I have to. All right, so my name is Dr. Katie Knobloch, and I'm the Associate Professor at Colorado State University, and I'm conducting research on the Fort Collins Civic Assembly. As part of our research, we'd like you to take part in an interview to learn more about your experiences with the Civic Assembly. The interview will take approximately 30 to 60 minutes, and you'll receive $25 for your participation. We hope that the interview will help us better understand the program and improve it moving forward. If you're willing to participate in an interview, please provide your name and contact information below. In the coming weeks, a member of our research team will reach out to find a date to conduct the interview. After the interview, we'll send a brief anonymous survey in case you want to offer any feedback that you don't feel comfortable sharing in the interview. If you want any more information about the research, please contact me. My email is right there. We appreciate your help and all you do for our community. And I'm very serious about that last part. We are so appreciative for your work in this space, for your commitment, for showing up. The interviews are a chance for you to kind of give us your feedback on what's working, what's not working, and then also how do you think about politics and civic life, and how can we do this work better in the future? What do you want from us? How does this affect you? All of those fun things. So I'm super eager to get in touch with all of you after this. So please, if you're willing, do fill out that contact information, and we'll follow up and give you $25 for a quick interview, 30 to 60 minute interview. I also wanted to shout out Sabrina, who is our managing director, has been doing a lot of work. To our get your surveys. Oh, really? Just walked away. Yeah.
The super deliberative.
Sarah?
I was just here this week. I'm really interested.
with us member of City Council, Melanie Patyadny, who's going to come up and say a few words and then hand off to Kelly DiMartino, the City Manager of Fort Collins. And then after that, you're actually going to get a certificate of recognition of your service that that we're providing that Kelly has signed as well.
Thank you. And thank you guys so much. My name is Melanie Patyadny. I am on City Council. I represent the southwest corner of, so this is not in my district, but it's very close. And I was one of the folks who helped to for this process or recommend. I don't need to sit down. But yeah, I've been supportive of this process. I'm the chair of our Features Committee, where we were lucky enough to have a presentation by Ramin talking about the process around the same time that in my head I was thinking, wow, what's the best way to get really robust information about use and it all played out. So I'm so grateful that I got to watch you all this afternoon and just tearing up a little bit. I'm really grateful for you and also just grateful that you've had a good experience. And I'm hoping that it has kind of built the fire a little bit for you guys to continue to be involved because your voices are so very valuable. So I'm going to echo all the thank yous. Thank you to our Center for Public Deliberation from CSU, Healthy Democracy, American Public Trust, Palsy Lab, Bard College, city staff. This was not a small task to put this event together, and I'm very, very grateful for all the expertise and guidance. So thank you for that. Thanks to all the visitors who showed up throughout this process. I know we had folks from here in our community, but we also had people coming in elsewhere in Colorado and also nationally. I think that speaks to how innovative and important this process is. You guys are part of something really big that people want to come see and potentially emulate in their communities. So very, very cool compliment to our Civic Assembly. And most importantly, all of the folks who have put in time as residents in this process. Thank you to our guides. Thank you to people who came and presented. And most importantly, thank you, delegates. You took 2 weekends of your very busy lives to hash things out, to have civil conversation, and to help us make a really important decision. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so very grateful. So I just wanted to let you know, I talked a little bit about it, but traditional outreach is very valuable, and I think Fort Collins does it well. We do well with sending out surveys. We do well with sending council emails, going out to coffee, and listening to public comment. And on council, I'm always really cognizant of the fact that the folks who can and do engage in those processes aren't always representative of the larger community. And that's why I think this process is so valuable. This use decision is one that people have big feelings about, and there are big consequences long term for our community, hopefully very positive consequences. I really was invested in making sure, and I know my colleagues on council as well, were invested in making sure that we know how the broader community feels about that property. And what a magical way to see how our bigger community feels about use. So thank you, thank you. As people have mentioned, on May 27th, we will have a work session and we'll get to hear from a lot of you. I really do encourage, even if you're not presenting, please come if you're able and enjoy the fruits of your labor, see how it all kind of pans out. But that will be going on. You'll see some really, I'm sure, robust conversation about our Civic Assembly as well as other data sources. I think that your data is probably going to be most meaningful for me because, again, you guys represent our bigger city. And we will get to decide kind of what the best route is as a council for making the decision for use. As you know, there is a petition effort for a single use right now that folks are trying to refer to the ballot. And that could change kind of the dynamic, but I think our council is really invested in figuring out an avenue to make sure that this process here is reflected. And so we'll have a couple of options. We will be able to take in part or in all your recommendations and pass them through resolution, or we can refer that recommendation to the ballot for the voters. So it's going to be an adventure moving forward, but I truly believe no matter the outcome, this process has made for a stronger more informed, more equitable discussion about the Hughes property. I really do think we're going into this in the best possible circumstances, and that's because of your work. So I wrote down, as I was hearing you reflect, the good things happen when you put diverse opinions in a room together. And I really do think that what's coming out is really wonderful. So thanks for being a part of this. I know I keep saying that, but I am incredibly appreciative. So proud. That was the word that made me the most excited to hear that you're proud. And I also heard some people say this is the beginning of my journey with helping take care of this incredible city that we were part of. And so I'm going to hand this over to Kelly, who is going to let you know some other ways if you want to continue, which was not the purpose of the Civic Assembly. I just want you to know if you're like, I want to do more of this, we want to help you take your next steps. So this was not a recruiting tool. But sometimes when you get to engage in a really intimate way and a really meaningful way, you want to do more. So I'll let Kelly talk about that.
Right. Well, I'm not going to go through and echo all of the things that have been said and listing all of our partners, but I'm just going to say thank you to all of our partners and our city staff. I do want to also, on a personal note, though, express gratitude to each of you as delegates who spent, again, an incredible amount of time and really thoughtfully approached this. I was hearing from our city staff of how much they appreciated how you all showed up. The caliber of questions, the way that people checked for understanding, that really mattered, and people knew that you're taking it seriously. As I also was one of those people, the very first minute, Benjamin, when you started, I was like, okay, I'm going to tear up while I just feel with such pride to be part of a community who has community members that care this much, that they're willing to devote this time, and gratitude to all of you. This one's been a pretty unique situation, but as Councilmember Patyami shared, it is not the only way we do engagement. And so this is not a pitch, but it is an invitation. William from our communications office has put together just a snapshot of other ways that for those of you who this has kind of been a chance to whet your appetite, ways that you can get involved. And that's everything from volunteering for a couple hours to serving on a board and commission to running for city council. So I would encourage you to pick up one of these or 10 of them and share them with your friends and your neighbors. And again, our staff team is going to continue to be available and accessible if you have other questions that come up. So I will just end on that note with, once again, a deep, deep note of gratitude to each of you. Thank you for your commitment to the city of Fort Collins. It really matters.
Thank you both. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Grace, who has been your main point, your first point of contact, your main point of contact on delegate care for our mission of your service.
Thank you all so much. It's been a joy to get a little acquainted with you through the process, and I'm just so impressed with all of you and all of your work. It's good to be here. I love doing this stuff. It's the best job ever. So I'm going to hand this out. Might need some help.
Oh, yeah.
So here's one for Alex.
You can stay on this side.
Thank you, Addie.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
on it.
You could have done that one.
There.
Yeah, you could have done that.
Sky.
And we've got one for Colin G. Can't be here, but we will get it too. So thank you again, everyone.
And now I'm going to call on Lynn from his with voting results. Share them. The suspense is killing Not quite. But just sit tight for a second.
We are still printing, but we can start handing them out to every other person. So you might have to share while the others are being printed.
Oh, great.
They're here. Grace is passing them out, just sort of one for every two people right now while they continue printing. Who has a hard stop at 4:30? Anyone? You do, a couple folks. Okay, all right, super. Well, this is the moment to present this to the public. You'll be presenting it to City Council. This is a moment for you all to read through officially the recommendations that got to a supermajority. As I mentioned, the ones that didn't get to a supermajority have not disappeared, at least the ones on that wall. But just for today, we've just got the supermajority ones. And I think maybe let's just start down the row here and each person read one bullet point and anything underneath it. If you want to pass and don't want to read one, no problem at all. Just pass. And yeah, let's start with the concepts. Go for it.
All right. So for the first concept, we have indigenous use, which has 100% support. For more detail, provide opportunities for leasing/permitting with appropriate spaces.
The next bullet point is to minimize light pollution with 100% support.
Next one is indigenous groups should be consulted in each step of the development of the entire property. 95% support. And additional details on that, it suggests things like artifact collection, ceremony over the site, plant collection, and land rehabilitation and stewardship and formal tribal consultation.
Next bullet point, multiple experts advise this land will not heal itself. Work will need to be done to help restore it. Simply leaving it as is not a realistic option for rehabilitation. That's 89% support. More detail, this is supported by the Bird Conservancy, RMRP, High Plains Environmental Center, and other environmental groups we have heard from.
Next point, no off-leash dogs allowed in site areas that are not designated as dog parks, 89% support.
And also at 89% support, multi-use. More detail includes combination of bike park, open spaces, natural area trails, and conservation education features.
Next concept, 89% support also. House structures will be built. More detail. City will consult with land use experts, planners, architects, and designers for the optimal location of site features.
The next concept is restorative natural habitats features with 89% support. More details include features and elements that are man-made or naturally occurring to help restore the site to its natural state. It can be tied to educational or conservation site features.
All right, the next one is outdoor education facility, which is 89% support. And this, in the more detail, is more interpretive signage on trails that include information on the history and use of the land, native species, and restoration.
Continuing, designate a portion of the site for cultural or educational opportunities with emphasis on indigenous voices, 79% support.
All right, continuing with major uses.
First one is creation and use of outdoor community spaces at 95% support. More detailed, day use only, no speaker system, using natural design if possible. For example, ceremony, education, community theater, fields, pavilions, gardens to hold meetings, events and celebrations, etc., and large amount of space and buffering.
Natural area for a portion of the site with 89% support. In more detail, it includes features for restorative natural habitats, connecting trails to Maxwell and Pine Ridge.
A portion of the site set aside to educate and inform about the historical and cultural practices of Indigenous people, 89% support. More detail. Outreach to Indigenous groups would better inform site development. The goal of this would be the preservation and continuation of the Indigenous cultural and historical practices.
Multi-use center for public gatherings, wildlife rehabilitation, such as a wildlife hospital facility, learning and education, and indigenous cultural representation, 79% support. More detail. This is a reasonably sized shared space where buildings would reside in one location and not distributed throughout the 164 plus acres. Constraints. Prioritize area where the land is the most degraded. Include an educational component.
Minor elements. Lighting impacts should be minimal at structures in the evening to adhere to the dark skies principles and OSHA standards. 100% support.
Local indigenous leaders should be consulted regarding the use and preservation of the twin cottonwood trees on the site. 100% support.
Frisbee. More detail. Frisbee golf 18th hole would need to be relocated. Include dog weight stations with bags, waste cans throughout the city, 89% report. Support. I'm sorry. More detail throughout Hughes. Have dog waste stations with bags / waste cans.
I think I'm just going to cover the rest unless anyone else wants to. Multi-use trails, 89% support. More detail, can accommodate natural use features and incorporates multimodal activities. Expanded transit to Hughes area, 84% support. Bus service, 79% support. Accessibility, 79% support. And trails connecting to the Maxwell plus Pine Ridge natural areas, 79% support.
Awesome. Well done. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you these 4 days. I hope you'll keep in touch with us and say goodbye before you leave. A heartfelt thanks for all your work and service to your community. And now your work is done. Congratulations.
Congratulations, everyone. Quick reminder, we're going to do a group photo out in front of the building like right now, since we just finished. And some people have hard stops like 3 minutes ago, so they really got to go.